tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222. Or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day-only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day-only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in West Jordan on October 2nd, Heber on October 7th, Salt Lake HVAC on October 9th, and Monticello October 14th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
I told you guys that I try and not get too high, not get too low, which is something that I was not doing early on in my career. But, early on in my career, yeah, it's looked as cocky, immature. Now it's moxie, he's a dog. So it's same, different day. Just as long as you play well, they change the narrative. But you just got to be yourself, and I've always been like that.
Baker Mayfield. It's just the narrative. It's not him. He is playing better. There's that.
He should. Everybody should as you get older.
And he's been through a few teams and went through the Rams, and even though he didn't play much there, they've got a coach and a coaching staff known for coaching up quarterbacks, so maybe that helped him even when he didn't get to play.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's got the Bucs rolling. Off to a 4-1 start. Tied for the best record in the NFC with a few teams, the 49ers, Lions, the Eagles, who play tonight. They are at the Giants, the Amazon Prime Video game at 6:15. Giants with just one win. Is this as obvious as it looks on the surface? Should one of the three of us take this as our lock?
Go ahead, you like the favorites.
I do like the favorites. And the Eagles are favored by 7.5 in this game. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy still dealing with a recurrence of his turf toe issue, and it's looking increasingly likely he'll miss this week, putting Mac Jones in line to start again. Which is okay with the Niners because Mac Jones has been playing well.
I thought you picked the Eagles in the first week.
Oh, I did. You're right. I can't take them. Yeah, they're off the board for me. It's up to you two.
The concern with the Niners is Mac Jones is also banged up right now.
I pray for the Niners.
Cincinnati Bengals will start Joe Flacco at quarterback this Sunday against the Packers, throwing the longtime veteran right into the fray. Acquired earlier this week, didn't even get the full week of practice with the Browns. Doesn't matter. He is the guy over Jake Browning. Baltimore Ravens, Rashad Bateman said that the team, sitting at 1-4 overall, deserves all the criticism as they have matched the worst start in franchise history. Fans got every right to feel how they feel. They expect excellence. It's our job to deliver that. We're not upholding the standard right now. It's all falling apart for the Ravens with injured quarterback and a defense that is giving up a ton of points. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Been on a couple great defenses, and I think something that carries over from those defenses and these defenses is just people willing to sell out, fly around, hit people. There's some of those guys who are worried about their bodies. We're week 6, everybody's banged up a little bit, and so you got to decide before you come out. Am I going to be a man? Am I going to fly around? I signed up to play this game, and so am I going to, reckless abandon, light my hair on fire, go hit somebody, or am I going to be like, oh, my thumb hurts, my elbow hurts, my knee hurts, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you watch these guys, even if you got a little bruise, whatever, everybody's still flying around, everybody's still getting in there, finding joy in the game. You watch the defensive line, we'll take double teams, everybody's laughing about it. I think we're all a little bit messed up in the head, but you got to be if you're playing football,
BYU's Justin Kirkland right there. A little messed up in the head. Don't worry about the thumb and the elbow.
Play till you can't play no more.
BYU has listed Jack Kelly as doubtful for the Arizona game. His tag team partner and linebacker Isaiah Glasker has been listed as probable.
Oh, that's good.
Utah listed safety Nate Ritchie as out for this week against Arizona State after he got hurt at West Virginia. Yeah. Colorado coach Deion Sanders back at practice yesterday, a day after undergoing a procedure called an aspiration thrombectomy. It was supposed to clear out his arteries and help prevent more blood clots.
Good.
Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer listed as questionable on the player availability report ahead of the Red Rivalry game. Texas, hoping he returns from a broken throwing hand as they face the Oklahoma Sooners.
Yeah, I think that was always the plan.
Get him back for this game.
Yeah.
Their season hanging in the balance here.
Their season is hanging in the balance?
In the balance. Well, at least their playoff hopes. The season will continue, and it will be what it will be. But can they get to the SEC title game and all that? Looks like the answer is no after the loss to Florida, but can they beat Oklahoma?
Oh, okay. You're talking about Texas. I thought you were talking about Oklahoma.
No, Texas' season hanging in the balance. Oklahoma's season is going quite well.
Right, all right.
And there's still a bunch of teams at the top, but Oklahoma has a tough schedule coming up. They got some big games. I don't think the Texas game is a rivalry game, so it's a big game, but it's not viewed as. Don't use your mulligan here. Oklahoma needs to win that thing. Keep it rolling. Tar Heels issued statements from North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick and the athletic director Bubba Cunningham yesterday, saying they're both locked in after rumors surfaced that Belichick was talking with the university about an exit plan and lowering his buyout figure following their 2-3 start to the season. Belichick said in a statement, "I'm fully committed to UNC football and the program we're building here." We've seen a few of these statements, PK. Sometimes they're true. Lots of time that's just what you say until you lose a couple more games and agree on a buyout figure.
Okay.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
The opening tip is controlled by the Utah Jazz. Here's Key. Works off a pick to the right side of the floor. Flares it to the top to Bailey. Free throw line. Hopper for Ace is up and in. Ace Bailey's first shot of the night is up, and it's the Jazz first shot. Keontae, guarded by Thompson, one of the best defenders in the NBA. High pick and roll to the left side. Jump pass to Nurkic. Touch pass to Bailey. Pump fakes a defender by. Rises up and dunks at Ace Bailey. Sensabaugh turns the corner, gets into the red paint, to the rack and packed it with a right hand. Bryce Sensabaugh with a power jam in traffic. Rockets by 7, Bailey with a steal. Loses the dribble, runs it down, stops at the three-point line, lets it fly, tickles the twine. Ace Bailey on the right wing puts 3 more on the board, and Bailey's got 17 to lead the Jazz.
Ace Bailey, 25 points. Bryce Sensabaugh, 24. The Jazz lose to the Houston Rockets 140-127 in their preseason opener. Bailey had 6 rebounds, 3 assists, couple steals, and a block to go with his 25 points.
Yeah, look good.
Yeah. Jazz back in action. Have another preseason game with the Spurs. Tip-off set at 6 o'clock. Got more on Ace Bailey coming up in Hot Takes or Toast. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Fly ball left field. It's deep. It's got a chance. And it's gone. A home run. Have a day. Javi Baez, 2-run shot. 7-3 Tigers in the 6th.
Andrew Kittredge, first pitch swinging. Jake Bowers to left and deep. Back is Happ at the track. It is gone. Jake Bowers having himself a night here at Wrigley. A solo blast. It is 4-3 Cubs.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Scream and flex from Hoffman. The Blue Jays are back in the ALCS for the first time since 2016. They down the Yankees in their own yard, and they're the first team in baseball's Final Four.
Now Kyle Schwarber. And he swings and hits one high in the air to right. It's pretty deep. Hernandez back at the track, at the wall. It's gone! It clears! And it's a 2-run home run for Kyle Schwarber. And a 2-homer night here in Game 3. Let's go.
Highlights from Major League Baseball, 4 games. Only the Blue Jays able to win the series. They beat the Yankees 5-2. Everybody else facing elimination managed to get a win and stave it off. Tigers over the Mariners. That series is 2-2. Cubs beat the Brewers 4-3. Cubbies with the big first innings and nothing after that. It's a weird little pattern here. They had 4 in the first and hold on to win 4-3. Philly beat the Dodgers 8-2. So the Dodgers are up 2-1. The Brewers are up 2-1. Kyle Schwarber, a couple of home runs for Philly, including a long, long one. 455 feet.
A long one?
Yep. Yeah, a long home run would be a 400-footer, but you get to 450, it's a long, long home run. That's the equation. You know it well, PK. Aaron Judge said he is not ruled out undergoing elbow surgery to repair the damage in his right elbow. He suffered a flexor strain in late July, spent some time on the injured list, and still managed to hit all those home runs. DJ PK.
Hashtag golf.
PJ Tour is in Yokohama, Japan for the Bay Current Classic. Patrick Fishburne in the field. It's football season. Can you get into golf in the off hours coming in from Japan?
I probably won't watch it.
Yeah.
This is also the last event before they come to Utah.
Yeah, they got some time off in between. I mean, obviously did that on purpose.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Utah Mammoth open the regular season tonight. They're in Denver facing the Colorado Avalanche. Game will get underway at 7 o'clock. Ball Arena, 6 o'clock. Hockey night in Utah begins right here on the Zone.
Time to see what they got, man. Get off to a good start because every game counts just as much now as it does in March and April. We know the stated goal.
Playoffs.
That's great that they got the stated goal. It's an obvious goal. Everybody understands it. And that's ultimately how the season will be measured, if you did or didn't. And then if you did, then we'll see how you go from that point on. If you didn't, why not? And that will be a disappointment.
Kings beat the Golden Knights 6-5 last night. Kings have already played twice. Puck hasn't dropped yet for the Mammoth. But that'll change tonight. Playoffs. The road begins. Start piling up the points. All right, what is trending? Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World at 8 o'clock. Brian Jeffries, Arizona Wildcats, play-by-play broadcaster at 9 o'clock. More on Ace Bailey. Next, stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash at the top of the on-ramp from 3300 south to go northbound on I-15. Also still seeing slowdowns north on I-15 from Lehigh into South Salt Lake as you make your commute towards downtown this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers, don't wait for bad weather to schedule a professional snow service with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPave Utah, GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. BYU is back on the road as they head south to Tucson for a key Big 12 battle against the Arizona Wildcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
If you're looking for a great career opportunity, listen up. Pattern Inc. seeks a senior account manager for the TikTok shop in Lehi, Utah. The right candidate must have a bachelor's degree in marketing or a related field, along with 60 months experience as an account manager in e-commerce or marketplace environments with a focus on marketing strategy. If this sounds like you, apply today. Send resumes to McKenna at pattern.com. MAKENNA at pattern.com. That's McKenna at pattern.com.
Last MLB postseason, Strauss made history as the first brand ever with his logo on the batting helmets. Family owned since 1948, Strauss is trusted worldwide for workwear that truly performs. Their cargo work pants, tough, comfortable, and built from materials up to 5 times stronger than traditional cotton. The Smart Pocket design gives you utility you actually use every day, no matter the job. This isn't just workwear, it's gear engineered to perform, from grit to glory. Gear up at Strauss.com. That's STRAUSS.com.
This is a real good story about Bronx and his dad, Ryan, real United Airlines customers.
We were returning home, and one of the flight attendants asked Bronx if he wanted to see the flight deck and meet Captain Andrew.
I got to sit in the driver's seat.
I grew up in an aviation family, and seeing Bronx kind of reminded me of myself when I was that age.
That's Andrew, a real United pilot.
These small interactions can shape a kid's future.
It felt like I was the captain.
Allowing my son to see the flight deck will stick with us forever.
That's how good leads the way.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's Advanced bestwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Be the first in line for the future of Utah Mammoth hockey. Place your Mammoth deposit today and lock in priority access to tickets, merch, and more. Don't wait. The new Ice Age is here, and seats are going fast. Make your deposit now at utahmammoth.com. Secure your spot and get ready for a season full of excitement, intensity, and unforgettable moments. Visit utahmammoth.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU in Arizona Saturday night. Aaron Roderick on Parker Kingston starting to really get going.
Yeah, he just got off to a little slow start just because of how much time he missed in fall camp. He didn't practice very much. Even the best players need to practice, and I think I know he did. He had less than 10 pass attempts from Bear in fall camp, and now those pass attempts are starting to accrue in practice, and it's showing up in the games.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come meet with Hans and Scotty today from noon to 3 at Kenny J's at the District.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Karma's gonna get you, gonna knock you right on the head. You better get yourself together, pretty soon you're gonna be dead. What in the world you thinking now? Laughing in the face of love. What on earth you trying to do? It's up to you.
Join Hans and Scotty G Friday noon to 3 at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Question of the morning. Hot takes or toast. Takes Bailey, 25 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists in the Jazz first preseason game. How can you not be encouraged? Well, there's some people who aren't encouraged, PK.
I don't understand why they wouldn't be.
Just because it's preseason, Brady says.
That doesn't have anything to do with it.
The NBA is all but unwatchable, Jazz included, Neil says. Dismissing the whole thing.
Compared to when? If it's always been that way, that's one thing. But compared to what?
Well, Jazz fans, I would guess the 90s when they did a lot of winning.
So, but he's saying the entire NBA, so that has nothing to do with the Jazz winning.
Yeah, he doesn't spell it out. I mean, you could say since, three-pointers became so much more prevalent. But there are other people who complain about officiating, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Neil's going with that.
I would like to know.
Alex is on board. You could say he served an ace. Gives himself a laughing emoji.
Well, Alex's wife thinks he's funny. There's no doubt about it. Yeah,
There it is.
Yeah, that's clever, man. I wish I would have thought that.
Daniel says, Jazz got blown out. When does winning games become more important than some stat line?
Yeah, does a preseason game become important, the final score?
On the 12th of never.
So it's preseason. And you drafted an 18 who turned 19-year-old. I had it on upstairs before I go downstairs, meaning when my wife commands the TV and says, get out of here. And so I'm flicking around early, right after dinner, obviously with the 6 o'clock start, baseball's going on. And so during the time that I have it on, Bailey I think he had a nice spin move into the lane and made the shots, probably about a 10-footer or so.
Mm-hmm.
Looked really good, looked athletic, under control, coordinated all those things, and he's long. He says, and so the camera obviously goes on his face. He says, man, that kid looks really young. I said, yeah, he's 19 years old, literally. He's literally 19 years old. He does look young.
Because he is young.
Yeah. And so you need that type of talent to blossom and develop. And you're looking for stuff. And you're looking for just the idea of this kid has the possibility. And he showed it. Sure, it's a preseason game. Okay, well, no one's playing to win a preseason game anyway, but for if Kevin Durant goes for whatever the stat line was, well, nobody really bats an eyelash because he's got nothing to prove in October and throughout much of the winter. Obviously, it's the postseason for him, but Kevin Durant was once in this situation, literally, and Ace Bailey growing up idolized Kevin Durant. Well, makes sense. The time frame fix.
Right.
And so we literally remember when Kevin Durant was a 19-year-old. And the excitement over there at Salt Lake Community when he was going to play his first Summer League game, right? Well, I think he was with Seattle before they moved to Oklahoma
City. Yeah.
And you're thinking, hey, man, there's a lot of excitement around that kid. And he had played a year in college, exactly like Bailey did.
One and done.
Durant won the Wooden Award. I voted for him that year. And look at him now. He's a Hall of Famer, right? And no matter what you think of him, he is a Hall of Famer.
First ballot,
that's a fact.
No question.
And
Gonna
so
happen.
what can Ace Bailey do? Now we're going back almost 20 years. And can he be that type of player? Yeah. And you get to watch it. For the next several years, you get to watch it on your team. I think that's exciting. If he busts out, it's not as exciting. But I don't think he's going to be a bust. It's what level of success is he going to have? Is he going to be a franchise player in 5 years? It's going to be fun to watch and I know Jazz fans want to win, and I'd like to tell you you're going to win, but I can't tell you that. If Locke, who's as big a fan as the team as you're going to have, can't tell you that. There's no way I can tell you that. So we have to look at till we get to 2030. And then we'll have a really, really good idea. And the possibility is there that he could be one of the legendary Jazz players. He could. I don't have any problem saying that.
But that's not because you're so encouraged about the first preseason game. Although you want him to pass the eyeball test in the first preseason game.
No, it's the whole body of work that's been going on. And now he's yours. Yeah. Right. It's not based on one singular game. It's
although we all wanted him to pass the eye test.
The height, the length, the athleticism, the ability to move, all those things. Can he put it all together and package it into a great basketball player? That's the question. He's always going to be his height. He's always going to have a long reach and be able to cover space with his ability to move like he can. If he never plays another game, he'll always have that. Now, what can he do otherwise? He passed the ball a little bit. He basically did a little bit of everything that you would look at in a player. And he's 19 years old. Man, that's exciting. And if you're wanting them to win, you're going to be disappointed. You got to look for other things. And I know we've been saying it for 3 years. I'm sick of saying it too. But I think in my mind, and I think a lot of people's mind, of the how many draft picks? 9?
Yep, 3 a year every year.
Yeah. He is the one kid with the most ability, even right now, and then certainly with the highest ceiling, most potential type of thing. I don't think you can argue that. Did you land one that you've been looking for?
Who can be a game changer.
Isn't that exciting?
I think all of that is exciting. I think all I wanted out of the preseason game was to turn on the TV and not see him struggling and straining and stressing. It looked like it came pretty easy to him. Obviously, you don't get excited about preseason games because they're a combination of guys who will be playing, who aren't playing, both on your team and their team, and people who are playing who are only, partially motivated. So I think it's an eyeball test thing. If you're struggling in that environment, well, you're going to struggle in the regular season. If the game looks like it comes pretty easy to you, great. There'll be bigger tests coming on.
I didn't want anything out of the preseason game.
So it's the bigger story about who he is, what we've seen from him, what we've heard a lot of scouts say about him, what you've seen from him when you watched Rutgers games at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and just building on that.
Yeah,
but you're right about 2030. I mean, it's the list of guys who come into the league at 19.
24.
Yeah. he'd still be on the young side, right? Although we are seeing players peak a little earlier, it seems like. That, everybody seems a little more advanced, but still. 19, I get why your wife, if she's not following it close, and you always said she only locks in on the Jazz in the playoffs.
Right.
It's like, man, that kid's got a baby face. Yeah. 19 years old.
How close to a Kevin Durant can he become? We all want to find out.
Yeah.
And we're all going to find out. It's just that we're impatient, especially if you're hardcore who really wants to see them win, and that's where you derive your satisfaction. If you're like that, if the final score determines whether it was a good time or not, yeah. Well,
it's going to be a rough year.
Yeah, okay. And I get there's a lot of people like that because you are a hardcore fan, and you don't really care who plays well. You don't care who they are. You just want to see it happen. I completely understand that.
There's a lot of, disappointment, dissatisfaction around the Jazz and the speed of the rebuild, and it leads to a lot of cynicism, but none of that's on Ace. And maybe they could have had a player like him in one of these other 9 draft picks if they drafted higher, if they'd broken that. Well, those are all front office decisions and ownership decisions and maybe a little bit of coaching, but probably not even much of that. And that's not on Ace. So, yeah, you're right. People do derive their satisfaction out of wins and stacking wins and going to the playoffs, but none of that's on Ace. What can he deliver on night to night?
Yeah, and
not get better.
That's not where they're at. It's most definitely not where they're at. Yeah, and if that's what you want exclusively, then that sucks for you. And I understand that. I'm not making light of it. I'm looking for points of interest that can bring me back. What can I see that they can say, okay, this kid has got this skill and he can do it. And it looks with the other players and even Kessler, those guys have a skill that can put them and keep them in the league. But you want a superstar who has skills across the board and is great at, say, a couple of things and really good at 2 or 3 others, and that pretty much covers the game. Outside of Bailey projecting, not right now Bailey, but projecting, I don't really see anybody else.
No.
That
anybody else can feel free to surprise us, but we wouldn't crawl out on that limb and sit here and predict it now.
No. Kessler can block shots and all, and Flipper can shoot a little bit. Sensabaugh can shoot. Clearly, he had a nice game. When Sensabaugh plays against mid-level professional talent, and I don't limit professional just to the NBA, guys who make money playing ball, whether it's here or wherever, he's really good. Right? He's proven that in the summer league. Preseason game, same type of deal. And can he do it when the lights are really on and they actually do keep score in the form of the standings? Can he do that? Collier can pass the ball a little bit. I can go down the list. Maybe George, can he elevate his game into something a little bit more? He would be my next in line. But I'm not going to put a limit. That's just what I see, and see what these other guys can do. So I'm looking at Hendricks. He's got an incredible body, right? And he's talking about when he was media day, he wants to be a great defender. All right. I can see why you would say that, because you have a body and a skill set and a length and all those types of things that can allow you to be that, right? But is he going to be a 25-point guy?
Seems unlikely.
Yeah.
But feel free to surprise us.
Yeah. But if you could be a really good defender and
It's a big piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, that's important.
And the thing is, you could help your team a lot at the offensive end of the floor without being a 25-point-a-game guy. So it's just what level are you going to develop that offensive game? Like it's like you said, do something great, but do something else pretty well.
But I think Bailey has the potential to do a bunch of things
and he could,
at an extremely high level.
He could be helped a lot if Hendricks develops just the ability, like you can't leave him at the three-point line because he can catch and make a standstill shot. If he could do that, and he did show, he had a play in the game where they threw him the ball in the corner. I was like, I wonder if he can hit a corner three. And the defender closed out hard at him, and he pump fake, dribbled in, and took a 10-footer. Like, okay, now they can't close out at you quite as hard. Yeah. Great. Show me how well-rounded your game is, and we'll get that on a bunch of winter nights here going forward. And, of course, all of this is being done against guys who are going three-quarter speed right now. But that's where we are.
I
It's
don't really
October.
care about that.
Yeah.
I care about you, how you play. That's the other guy. And it's preseason, so I already know about that. I mean, I don't know that they go that hard in October, November, December anyway.
There's a yes.
And there's too many games for these guys. I mean, they literally don't know what city they're in a lot of the time. And when they come back from the morning shoot-around, they don't remember what floor they're on. These I've traveled with them.
Right.
This is reality.
It's easy to
so
get
I don't expect guys to bust it. The system doesn't allow these guys to play playoff basketball intensity for 82 games. They'd be dead by January. They'd be out of gas.
Yep.
So they can. It is an absolute pacing here, and they have to. If they ever dropped it down to 60 or whatever games, then maybe. The college level, there's no excuse. But at this level, there is an excuse. And they travel all around the country crazy. And I know they charter in the best of hotels and all that. I understand all that stuff, and that's great for them. And so but the system still is something that makes it a little more difficult for them to do all these things. And I know I can hear Thurl played 84 and Mark Eaton played. Yeah. But even then, did they play at the highest level that they could play all the time? So that's basically what we have in the preseason. We understand that, but I think you get that to the level of the season too. And so can Hendricks right now, to me, if I'm ranking the best players with what they've shown a little bit and then what they can potentially show, Bailey 1, maybe George 2, Hendricks 2, 2A.
Where are you putting Filipowski?
I think Filipowski most definitely has a role.
And Kessler's too old. These are just the 3 draft classes.
Well, Kessler has a role too.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at big-time players, the possibility of big-time players.
Oh, okay. So strictly on the ceiling, not where they are.
Yeah. It's big-time players. In the year 2030, if the Jazz are still alive.
Sing it.
So where will they be then? And who will be their best players? Kessler, yes, he can be on the team. And can he be a poor man's Mark Eaton? I think Mark Eaton, historically, is the most underrated Jazz player of all time during his time that he played. When I got here and I heard so many people cracking on Mark Eaton, I didn't understand it.
Like, that's not how Laker fans talk walking around L.A.
Yes. And, he was enormous. And had good basketball instincts and all that stuff. And so can Kessler be that? I mean, go look at the block shots that Mark Eaton had. I mean, if you just want to go numbers.
If you want to go numbers, but if you go wins, you look at how many games they're winning, and then there's one really bad year before they start winning again. That was the year Mark got hurt, and they didn't have anyone to play that role, and you saw how many games he helped win.
Yeah.
It was wins. Sloan had a bunch of 50-win seasons, and Frank Layden, and they were rolling. Before and after, in the middle of it, there's one 48-win season. Yeah, they suddenly took Mark off the team. It was his back that took him off the team.
I don't think that Kessler can be as good as Mark Eden, and maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But can he be close to that type of influence on the defensive end? Yes. I think he can. So, that's going to keep you in the league. And, we know that he has a possibility to be the restricted free agent. And I appreciate he was honest. He was bothered by that they haven't re-upped him yet. I think they got to the end of the month here, and it doesn't look like they're going to do it. And it's a business, so I understand both sides. But I certainly appreciate Kessler saying what we would all think he would say instead of just, I'm just going to go live and put him to work, blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah. I mean, does this bother me? Yeah. Is it going to affect me? No. In fact, maybe it actually motivates him. So, but I think he has his spot on this team when this team is winning. Now, I'm talking about the youngsters because there's already Markin in there, right? I'm talking about
you're talking about
these
the
draft picks that we've had. Marketing, and they've
So
been
who's gonna
talking
be?
about that he's, they're looking to keep him. Okay, great.
Yeah, there was just a story that they weren't. That's just going to keep going back and forth.
Well, I mean, I think that everyone should be open.
Everyone's available for the right price.
And he would be the most logical
And
just
it's-
because of his age.
Yep, and the team is so, I was going to say it's getting younger. It's gotten so young. He's not part of the group of guys that he could have been similar age. Well, they moved a lot of them this summer.
Yeah, I think a guy like Marketing can have the effect on a team to the level that Hornacek had. He comes in here, and then they take it up another level. By himself,
no.
But depending on where he goes and what's available at that team,
he could be a big-time asset.
Yeah,
just as Jeff was a big-time asset.
There's no doubt about it. If you slot him as a number 3 or number 4, oh my gosh, you got a really good team because he's a good player. But if they want to keep him and he wants to be here, and can you just hold on for 2 to 3 years? And then if they have a front line of Kessler, Marketing, Bailey, Hendricks, and I guess Bailey is actually starting at the 2, so a lineup rather than a front line.
Positionless basketball. Don't worry so much about it. You wanted this for a long time, and they're getting a roster that can do that.
I look at when I say front line, I didn't say small forward, power forward.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a front line and a backcourt. I think that'll always be the case. When I think of position, I define it specifically: point guard, 2 guard, shooting guard. They used to call it. No, but I think there's a different differentiation between front court and back court. I think we can go there. Can you play along the guard line? Can you do both? Can you handle the ball? Can you shoot it?
Can
you
handle
pass
the ball
it?
a lot and create for others.
That's positionless. You get between the 1 and the 2, what we would call it. That's positionless. Then you get between the 2 and the 3. That's positionless. And then you get between the 3 and the 4, and even add in the 5 if that young man can step out and shoot, and then he blends in. That's where I still think there's designations, but I'm done with the point guard.
But Ace Bailey, the best version of Ace Bailey, if he ends up playing at a high level and playing in the course of a game 3 different positions, you're not surprised. And this is everything goes really well.
I don't know that I would put him at a position, though.
Exactly. That's why I say positionless.
Right, but how would you play him at 3 different positions if it's a positionless?
Well, it depends on who the other players are and how he has to fit in. But he, if everything goes well, has a skill set to be any of these things. I know. And so people they traditionally said the point guard starts the offense, and he can do that. The 2 guard is going to shoot the ball. Well, he can do that.
I don't know if he can do that.
You don't think he can shoot it?
No. Start the offense.
Oh, really? You don't think he'll end up running a bunch of pick and rolls if everything goes well?
Yeah, but I think the offense starts at the other end, not in the half court, not in the front court.
Well, we'll see how it works. I mean, I think if everything goes well, I can see him playing a bunch of positions, 1, 2, or 3.
I can see him doing everything. 1,
Doing
2,
all-
3, 4,
yeah.
and 5.
Ooh, 5. I like it.
If you need a rebound,
Go get it.
Yeah, and that's what we view as a 5. What type of defender can he be as his body matures?
Yeah, the 5
Not really
obviously.
sure about that.
I think of the intimidating shot blocker meeting you at the rim as a 5.
That's exclusively, but you're talking about at points in the game. You, in my mind, you can do that in circumstances. So you can be a 5 on this possession.
That's how I think of
but
threes.
not game after game. Not
That's how I think
possession
of
after
3s and
possession.
4s. That's how I think of 3s and 4s. They can get a block
That's
here,
what
they
I'm
can
talking
block
about.
here, meet him at the rim.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
The 5 is Walker Kessler, who can do it possession after possession after possession.
I'm not talking. That's not going to be his sole
Ace
role.
isn't going to do that.
No, I mean, he's an athlete. I don't want him down there banging all the time. No. If his man takes him there and he's a help defender and someone's going at the rim and he's standing there and he can move to his left 2 feet, go up and put that thing in the third row, yeah, great. But I don't want him doing that game after game. He's too valuable for me to have him do that.
We're talking Big 12 football with Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World. He's coming up the top of the hour right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is slow as you make your way over the point of the mountain and head into Draper and Sandy right now. Also, an earlier crash on the 201 freeway has now been cleared, but they're still seeing delays from 7200 west to Bangerter Highway if you're on the west side this morning. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for a massive conference showdown against Arizona State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you!
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
58!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah and ASU Saturday night, 8:15. Quarterback Devin Dampier on how to build more rapport with Tobias Merriweather.
Just continue to talk to him. I let him know that, I'm still looking for you. You're a heck of a player. He's doing a great job carrying himself. He knows the ball's going to find him at some point, and, I'm happy the way he's carrying himself.
Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come eat with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today from noon to 6 at Kenny J's at the District.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes are back at home for a showdown against Arizona State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Artist of the day today, John Lennon. He would have turned 85. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. Utah Mammoth open the season tonight. Are you into it more this time around? And mark in all caps. Heck yeah! Exclamation point.
Nice.
It's all about it. He's climbed aboard. David, yes. Canadian interviews much easier to understand than soccer guys.
What does that mean?
Guess he finds the French Canadian or the English Canadians. Which ones, eh? Well, David likes the interviews.
Don't see that bugs me. You're not Canadian.
Uh-huh.
It's like a white guy who tries to act like they have a Polynesian accent. You don't.
Eh?
It's Kafusi. It's not Kawafusi.
Eh?
No, you're not Canadian. Don't do that. You're white guy from Southern California, and now you're from Utah. You're bearing down on living in Utah way more than you lived any other place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I've lived here over half my life.
Say, I seen it.
I seen it?
Yeah.
Give me some more Utah things I have to say.
Mountain.
Clear.
I can't do that.
Clear as a destination.
It's still Layton.
I can see clear out. We went clear.
We went clear to Antelope Island?
Yeah, clear up here is a destination.
I went clear to Nephi.
Yeah. I seen it. You spell lose, Loose.
Loose.
And we gotta go home. It's not get to, it's getta.
Oh, getta?
Yeah.
I think I already said that.
Yeah. So
getta. Let's run it together.
Like the athletes, we gonna win. Go on. The coaches, go on. We go on. Yeah. We're gonna win this.
I hear it. I hear Ed Orgeron right now.
So you got that going on there. So you can do that.
Daniel, this Mammoth season starting tonight. You into it more this time around, Daniel? Absolutely. Hockey is one of the only sports worth watching.
That's it, huh?
Yep.
What are the other ones?
He doesn't say.
I gotta know, man. You can't take me to the water and not let me drink it. I gotta know. What are the other ones? What are the other ones worth watching? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know.
All right. See if he gets back to us and lets you know. Michael says no, and Greg says not yet.
Why not?
Not yet. Waiting for a little more winning, Greg? Greg's not going to hop aboard till they have a 100-point season.
Well, we forget you. We don't want you then.
There are a lot of people answering yes. Matt, yes. I'm very, very excited. He gave it 2 varies.
Okay.
Corbin, yes, with 6 exclamation points. I don't know which one is more exciting, 6 exclamation points or a pair of varies.
I don't know what to tell you.
Ryan, I'm not more into it this time because I couldn't be more into it. It's awesome.
I think you could be more into it.
Ryan thinks he was already all aboard. Still a lot of nopes out there. Ben, no. Russell, nope. Michael, nope.
Really?
Just aren't going to get into it.
That surprises me.
Well, there will always be some people who don't get aboard, and there are others who will clamber aboard midway through this season or maybe next season.
Yeah, that surprises me.
A little more winning. They go to the games. They're hanging out with somebody who's way into it, and they eventually get into it too.
I don't know. I don't know that you need to go to the games to be into it.
You don't have to. But I think it's a sport that in person will draw you in. And I guess you could argue that most sports do that. But I think that some sports lend themselves to TV a little better. And football certainly does.
Yeah,
hockey and baseball, there's a magic to be in there.
That requires money.
Yep, it does.
Some people don't have it.
Time and money.
So I'm not sure
and health.
That. You can be into it and not go to one game.
That's a true story. All right, DJ and PK. Coming up next, Big 12 football. Barry Trammell joins us right around the corner. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're looking for a great career opportunity, listen up. Pattern Inc. seeks a senior account manager for the TikTok shop in Lehi, Utah. The right candidate must have a bachelor's degree in marketing or a related field, along with 60 months experience as an account manager in e-commerce or marketplace environments with a focus on marketing strategy. If this sounds like you, apply today. Send resumes to McKenna at pattern.com. MAKENNA at pattern.com. That's McKenna at pattern.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I recently spoke with a woman who had missed an important meeting because her flight had been canceled. She was convinced that she was going to get fired, and she said she'd been fired for less. After a long conversation, I could see this woman, like many employees of both genders, was bringing the work abuses of her past jobs to her present position. Flashbacks and reactivity are clear indications of post-traumatic stress disorder, and it is perhaps not surprising that 1 in 5 American workers have some level of PTSD. They might have been bullied at work, or, like first responders, they might have work that is full of stress. Leaders can't say, "That's not my problem." Good leaders and good teams find help for people who are suffering from PTSD. Learn more about more healthy work environments with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
Judas Priest and Alice Cooper. The Metal Gods, Judas Priest. The godfather of shock rock, Alice Cooper. October 12th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with special guest, Corrosion of Conformity. Get reserved seats now at Ticketmaster. Judas Priest, Alice Cooper. In concert.
Your fall one-tank trip starts in Cedar City, Parowan, and Bryan Head. 4 scenic byways and highways, live theater, mountain biking, ATVing, and OHVing, a vibrant art scene, the farmers market, hay mazes, and downtown eateries. Log on to visitcedarcity.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a battle on the islands as Utah State squares off against Hawaii. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Our life together is so precious. Together We have grown. We have grown. Although our love is still special. Let's take a chance and fly away.
DJ PK brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come eat with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today from noon till 6 at Kenny J's at the District. We're joined once again by Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World, covering all things Big 12 football. Barry, good morning.
How's things in Salt Lake City?
There's a lot of anticipation, Barry.
Man, it's a big back-to-back week.
It is.
I don't look ahead much, but I saw where we got the Holy War next week. For crying out loud.
Huge. Can make or break a season here in 2 weeks, real quick.
Got if the Utes can beat ASU, man, we got ourselves a ball game next week. What time is that game?
7 o'clock your time. Fox, regular TV.
Over the air.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
It's kind of big that week when they play each other in our parts of the world.
Well, yeah, even especially with the potential stakes.
Yeah.
For crying out loud, that'll be a blast.
What do you think of your mark in the Big 12 deciding to play some, like Arizona, ASU, the traditional rivalry week, but a BYU Utah now that's 0 for 2? It was in November last year?
Yeah, I think it was early November, and now it's October.
Yeah. What do you think about
that?
Well,
here's what I would say. When do the schools want to play?
Well,
if BYU and Utah, when do they want to play?
If they had a clue, they would want to play it that week. If for no other reason, that's Thanksgiving weekend. And Utah, the first year they're in the league, they get stuck having to go to Central Florida. Now they get stuck on the Friday. At least that was the Saturday. Now they get stuck on the Friday of having to play at Kansas. So you just for the sake of letting people have a somewhat normal Thanksgiving,
right.
Utah's 0 for 2. And BYU was home last year, and they're home this year.
Well, let me ask you a question. You said if they got a clue.
Yeah.
Do they have a clue? What literally do they want? Do we even know?
No, I think what we've heard is the party line. Do I know deep down what they want? I do not.
See, but you ask Whittingham any of those types of questions.
Yep. Here we go.
And he'll say, well, I don't care. We can play at 2 a.m. on October 10th. We can play at 4 a.m. on November 14th. Nothing like that matters.
Yeah.
And if you ever ask him, you get these young kids coming in, these kids who are trying to make their mark. Were you surprised by, no matter what is, were you surprised by the hurricane that blew through and 47 people had to evacuate for their lives at stake? Nope, none surprises me. It doesn't matter. Any circumstance, nope, we're prepared for it.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the deal. You can't rely on football coaches to have some sort of good view of like life, as in, don't screw with the entire state's Thanksgiving.
Right.
So,
yeah.
That's where an administration's got to come in and say, hey, we want to play on Thanksgiving weekend. That's the same thing we got. We had Bedlam, and I'd guess 60% of the time we got Bedlam on Thanksgiving weekend, and it was great. But then every once in a while, they just move it for no good reason. And it would, and then, of course, they move, conferences, so not playing at all. But like last year, I know what people mean. I mean, my favorite day of the year is Thanksgiving Day. My second favorite day of the year is the day after Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And the day after Thanksgiving, I had to get on a flight and fly to Lafayette, Louisiana last year on Friday. So, and heck, some year they'll stick me with a Friday game somewhere. I'll have to leave on Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So
I've been there. At my old newspaper days.
I call upon the administrations at the Utes and the Cougars. I think Brett Yormark's a reasonable man. I think he would say, okay, you guys can play on Thanksgiving weekend. I mean, I don't know why anybody would care. KU, K-State have never done that. Hardly. I can't remember them ever playing on Thanksgiving weekend. I don't know why, but they ought to also.
Right.
They ought to also.
The only time as when I was a beat writer that I didn't mind my Thanksgiving Day getting messed up is when I was covering either BYU or Utah hoop and they were playing the Maui Invitational. I was totally fine about that.
Did you ever get stuck with the Great Alaska Shootout?
I didn't, but one of my compadres did. And there's a story that you probably would enjoy. I think I was covering Utah. I covered Utah in the 90s when Majerus was doing all those great runs, and I was the guy I covered. That's sort of how I made my mark in this community and was able to get out of those crappy-paying newspaper jobs and move over to electronic because, man, I was in high demand those years because Majerus had those great teams, right? And I was the Tribune beat writer. And one of our guys, a guy named Joe Baird, was covering BYU, and they played in the Alaskan Shootout. And at like 2-3 in the morning, they had a fire alarm, and everybody had to evacuate the hotel. And he tells a story of him running down the stairs with a big guy in his underwear from Oklahoma State, and it was big country Bryant Reeves.
Oh, man. Now, let me tell you, Big Country was one of the all-time great people, but he was not terribly sophisticated. So, he goes to Alaska and the dang fire alarm goes off. Let me tell you, he would be legitimately scared.
Yeah.
He's not one of those guys that said, I'll sit here and fight the fire.
Right.
But let me say this. The world was a better place when the Great Alaska Shootout and the Maui Classic were big deals.
Yeah.
College basketball was a better thing than what it is today when we've killed the Great Alaska Shootout, and the Maui Classic is, I guess, still going and still some repute. But, but no, I'm all for protecting Thanksgiving at all costs, and college football could do its part if it will. So I would be in favor of BYU, Utah.
Us too. I got a great
Thanksgiving
Maui story too. I think I know Indiana was there, and so on that Sunday because it's going to start Monday, right? It runs Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on the Sunday they have it used to be the Marriott Hotel, now it's Marriott Timeshares, but anyway, there was like an open area that had windows and a little bit of a roof, but it was mostly open. And they had all the coaches in there, and there were some big-name coaches, and I know Knight was there. And they had the assistant, a guy named Donnie Daniels, who became he was a legendary assistant coach, Gonzaga, UCLA, all that stuff. His son is now on the staff with Alex Jensen at Utah. And so he sits in, and the moderator says, Rick Majerus had a prior commitment, and just at that time, you see him walking out of the workout room with a T-shirt full of sweat and a towel over his shoulder. And Majerus, if he didn't want to do it, he wasn't going to do it. And that was his prior commitment. And there you see him. You literally see him walking right behind the group.
Oh, man. Well, he was committed.
He had a prior commitment.
Oh, man.
I think the deal with these rivalry games, there's a couple reasons they're doing this. One is they need big games for these TV windows, and this is a league that has some big games, but it doesn't have an endless supply of them.
Yeah,
so I think
true.
it makes sense to move some of them around. And also, and PK was at this game, so I know he'll remember this, Utah and BYU, when Utah went to the Pac-12 and BYU went independent, they started playing at the start of the year. And there was at least one year, maybe there were a couple, where they played the third game of the non-conference, right? And it was a big game, a ton of energy. And the next week, Utah had to open the conference season at Arizona State. They came out flat, and ASU just went up and down the field on them. I mean, it was just so one-sided. And I think PK was at that game. It was a total blowout, and the Utes were flat. And I think that lesson of, hey, the rivalry game means so much. If you play it the week before the conference title game, do you really want to do that and then have to turn around and get up for the conference title game? So the combination of that knowledge and, well, the league really needs it on this weekend or that weekend, and the TV networks need it on this weekend or that weekend, like, yeah, go ahead and move it.
Okay, but then this year they play Colorado afterwards, so they should, by that logic, Utah should be flat against Colorado.
There is that risk. We'll see if they are and they aren't. I mean, just because it happened one year doesn't mean it'll happen the next, and I don't know how many times you're going to be in the Big 12 title game either, but when they decide these things, they're like, yeah, go ahead and move it.
The sum of all fears is if you play it on Thanksgiving and they're the two best teams in the conference and it sorts out, they have to play again the next week.
Yeah.
We're going to have that with Michigan, Ohio State some year, and it's not going to be pretty. Everybody's going to be up in arms saying this isn't right, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, that's another consideration. But, you can't live your life in fear.
Right.
That's weakness.
But you can live your life chasing money, and that's why the TV networks want to move it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But that'll be fun. That'll be a fun one. This weekend next. I don't know what to make of Arizona State. Sometimes I think they're really good, and sometimes I don't. So I'm a little surprised Arizona State's a 5.5-point underdog.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
That's a fairly significant home field advantage for Utah, but it'd be they can knock Utah maybe out of the race. I doubt we get another case where 4 2-loss teams tied at the top this year. I doubt we repeat that. Tech looks a little bit untouchable. So
that's what I was going to ask you. Is everybody fighting for that second spot?
Yeah, that's what it seems like, doesn't it? I mean, to me, we'll have to see. And, it's still early. Heck, this time last year, nobody saw Colorado coming up. Nobody knew that BYU would have the staying power. Arizona State, even this time last year, was not that terribly
No, not at all. They were just thought of trying to get to 6 wins.
Like Cincinnati, all of a sudden, they look like a pretty potent squad. So, and they've got about 3 in a row they can win. They could be 5-0.
Yes.
Going into November. So who knows what'll happen, but it sure looks like Tech, and then maybe some combination of Iowa State, Utah, BYU, Arizona State is what it's sort of looking like right now. Who knows?
Yeah, and I'd put Cincinnati in there too.
Yeah, Cincinnati. That's true. That's true. I have a hard time. I cheer for Cincinnati. I don't know if I told you guys the same trip I took to BYU when they were coming into the conference. I took one to Cincinnati. Just thought it was a great place, and then I got to go to a game there in '23. The Sooners played there. Maybe I've told you, it's just a fabulous setting and just so different than anywhere else. And a bunch of nice people. The dang Zach Stipe, their PR guy, he attempted Mission Impossible. I actually was in Cincinnati, Ohio, 2023, April, on opening day of the baseball season.
Oh, and he got you in?
Of the Reds. He attempted Mission Impossible. He attempted to rekindle my love of baseball. And he got like an ember and a little bit of a spark by taking me to opening day. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world because if there's one thing I love about baseball, it's its history. The Reds, always opening day.
Yeah.
Turns out the Reds no longer are the kick off the season because baseball's a bunch of idiots. But it's still opening day. They got a parade like it's 1959 or something. And place is full. It's really cool. And so I end up cheering for Cincinnati, hoping they do well. And they've shocked me because I watched the Nebraska game, and they took it to the Huskers in Kansas City. It's basically a Nebraska home game. And they could have won that game. Some say maybe should have won that game. So they're a pretty good team, but they've just been down. I just don't know. I have a hard time picturing the Bearcats as like a top-level Big 12 team. So we'll have to see.
Well, they're 2-0, and they got a road win at Kansas.
Yeah, and, beating, winning that game last week.
That was a big win, yes, at home, but that was a huge win.
Against Iowa State, and this week, Central Florida. Next week, Oklahoma State. And the week after that, Baylor. So that's 4-0 almost for sure. So we'll have to see if they can, beat Baylor to get to 5-0. But that game, I think, is in Cincinnati. So
it is because then the following week,
looking at a team.
Yeah, the first week in November, they come out to Salt Lake.
Yeah, well, there you go. That'll be a big one. That'll be a big one. Cincinnati at Utah. And you know what? I know the Big 12's got 1,000 problems, and almost everybody in the league wishes that things were different, right? Nobody's really thrilled. But the first Saturday, is that first Saturday in November maybe, or maybe second, whatever, early November game, Cincinnati at Utah for conference supremacy or conference contention, whatever we want to call it. To me, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's a game I never even thought of, Cincinnati playing Utah. And here it's a massive game, could have playoff implications, championship game ramifications. It is, to me, it's sort of a cool thing about the Big 12 is you never know what you're going to get. You literally never know what you're going to get.
TCU resonates around here because they were in the 16-team WAC, and more importantly, they were in the Mountain West, and by then they were building and getting really good. And we just saw them, win a playoff game and beat Michigan a couple of years ago. They're 4-1 right now, and nobody's talking about them. Are they in this elite mix or not?
They do not pass the smell test to me because I like Sonny Dykes a lot. I've know people at TCU. The chancellor, can't remember, he's the president or the chancellor. I forget how they structure it, but he's not first in command. He's second in command. He came from OU. I knew him, super guy. So I keep up with TCU. I watch him whenever I can. I'm just not buying it. They don't look good to me. Josh Hoover melted down in that fourth quarter against Arizona State. It's a game they could have won. They monkeyed around with SMU. We thought they looked great against North Carolina. Turns out a traveling road show would look good against North Carolina. So I'm not sold on TCU. I think they could probably still get it together. But I thought Hoover was one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the Big 12. He has not played like it. So I don't really think they're a contender. But it's a long season. They could still prove me wrong.
Mateer going to play this week for the Sooners?
Here's how that's going to go. Literally at 2 o'clock, unless it's already happened. At 2 o'clock Saturday, they're going to toss him a football. And if he can grip that thing, he's going to play. And if he can't grip that thing, he's not going to play. So to me, that's how this thing goes. And if he has not gripped a football yet, that means nobody knows. Nobody knows. This is not espionage or trying to keep stuff from somebody. They're going to give him every chance to play, and if he can grip the football, let's go. But if he can't, it's the other guy. So all eyes will be on John Mateer in pregame warm-ups. 2 years ago, Dylan Gabriel had 3 years ago now. Dylan Gabriel had a concussion at TCU. OU didn't rule him out, saying he might play. They ran him through all the warm-ups, and then he didn't play, and OU got smoked. But a concussion's different. You don't just wake up and say, oh, he's fine. Gripping a football with your thumb, that's different.
Yeah.
We've all had injuries that or been around injuries where you just one day it just feels better, and all of a sudden you can do stuff you couldn't do yesterday. So we'll see. The Sooners need him to play. I can tell you that.
Well, that's what I was about to ask. Given Texas's issue, do they need him to play? I mean, the offense for Texas is struggling. Obviously, Arch Manning's taking a lot of heat, but the offensive line is taking a lot of heat. If you can't run it, you can't throw it, and you can't score, and could 17 points win this game? And can Oklahoma get that with a backup?
Yeah, they need him to play, though. This is the funny game. You got to Michael Hawkins looked bad last week. I mean, he's so inaccurate. I charted his 24 passes. I rated 12 of them inaccurate. it's not 1961 when you go out there and play with play football with an inaccurate quarterback. So they'll have to piece it together if Hawkins plays, and they might not have to piece it together if Mateer plays. So, but Texas is down. They're not near as good as everybody thought they were. Arch Manning actually is getting a raw deal because while he hasn't been all that good, they can't run, they can't block, they can't do a lot of things. The defense got pushed around by Florida, and Florida's offense has been awful this year. So they got a lot of problems independent of Arch Manning. So it's a game that Oklahoma either could win or should win, but it'd be a lot easier with their quarterback.
Well, Barry, as always, we appreciate it. I had no idea we would get to Great Alaska Shootout stories, but check your social media feed. People like story time with Barry Trammell, even if there's PK stories. It doesn't matter, as long as they're good stories.
I love me some. I never got to go to the Great Alaska Shootout. I regret that. I'd love to go to Alaska sometimes. I've never been. So I need to get up there.
There you go. Thank you, Barry. Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World, joining us every week to talk Big 12 football. Not quite as all in on Cincinnati as I thought he might be. And definitely not all in on TCU. Texas Tech and somebody.
Well, I think that's where we're at now. It is Texas Tech, and from a pool of candidates, right? It's like a presidential thing. The guy's got or the lady's got the nomination sewed up. Who's going to be the VP? You know, there's like 5 candidates, and they go back and forth. And I think you got the same thing here. You can make a case for all of them. And I think Cincinnati should be in the list because they get the opportunity or the blessing, the good fortune to play UCF and Oklahoma State. Throw in West Virginia, why don't you, while you're at it?
They don't play Texas Tech. They do have to play the Utes and Cougars in November, so we'll see plenty of them.
Yes.
And then they have TCU and somebody else.
They come here, and then they also host.
BYU goes there?
No. Yes. Okay. November 1st, and then I think it's the week before Thanksgiving, the Cougs got to go back there. And as long as Sorsby's healthy, I've elevated them from sleeper category. I want to elevate them. I still think they're in a little bit of a sleeper category. But, when you beat Iowa State, that opens eyes.
They got that big win, and Barry's right. They're hitting a soft spot in their schedule right here, while these other teams, we'll see if they step up to the top shelf or if they back right out. I mean, for the Utes, it's back-to-back. If they can sweep these two with ASU and BYU, then everyone's going to be talking Texas Tech and Utah. But if ASU sweeps these two, because they've got Utah and then Texas Tech, everybody's going to be talking ASU. And obviously BYU's gone. I mean, they got to win in Arizona, and then the schedule really gets difficult for them, and they can do the same kind of thing. You put yourself in the middle of the ring or you step out.
But what I can see, though, and I agree with you, but what I can see is that one of these teams doesn't sweep but turns around in November and beats you when you are viewed as a strong contender. And let's just go Cincinnati. And they lost a game or two along the way, and they come into Provo at the end of November and beat you.
Well, let's use Utah because it's the easiest one for the Utes.
Lake.
Let's say the Utes split, and so they got 2 losses.
Utah would be easy to see that.
So now, to Barry's point, like, is a 7-2 team going to get in again? Well, that's the only path, right? But if the Utes beat Cincinnati, and that might be Cincinnati's first loss, then you're looking at those last 3 games thinking, maybe BYU can beat them, maybe TCU can beat them, and then the Utes would have the tiebreaker. So maybe they'd be back in again.
I think all of those teams can beat each other.
Right.
And we don't know who's going to beat whom on any given Saturday. But they're all capable. Cincinnati can beat Utah. Utah can beat Cincinnati. BYU can beat Cincinnati. ASU can beat Utah, but then turn around and lose their next couple of games because they've got Texas Tech and Iowa State. So even if they do win these next 2 games, they win this game this week, they still can get themselves 2 losses. It's easily to understand. So celebrate whoever wins Saturday, celebrate, but really you've accomplished nothing.
So is anybody of these big dogs going to drop a game along the way to someone they just shouldn't be? The top half of the league losing the bottom half of the league. So far, everybody's held it together.
Well,
but we're not very far in.
I have to see what that bottom, what if you're at the top of the bottom half, yes.
That's why you do your quads.
And we'll have this situation, I think, as early as this week. Arizona, I think, will finish in the middle, we would say, rather than the top of the bottom, but the middle. But that's going to, in order for them to finish in the middle, they're going to have to beat somebody that they weren't supposed to beat. And somebody's going to do it.
Can Kansas State upset TCU?
Yes.
Can Kansas upset Texas Tech?
Right now, I'm not going to have Texas Tech losing until I see it.
The three gimmies, Cincinnati at home should beat UCF. Houston should go to Oklahoma State and win. And Iowa State should go to Colorado and win. But Colorado's played a bunch of close games. Do they finally get one?
Everything is close with Colorado, yeah.
Is Iowa State going to have a hangover after losing last week? Take a second loss?
Man, I don't know. I would think no, but I can't say yes for sure.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No crashes reported right now, but still seeing northbound slowing over the Pointed Mountain into Draper on I-15. Also slow from Midville into Murray as well as you head towards downtown Salt Lake City. If you're on Highway 89 in South Ogden, seeing a little bit of northbound slowing heading over to I-84 at this moment. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
If you're looking for a great career opportunity, listen up. Pattern Inc. seeks a senior account manager for the TikTok shop in Lehi, Utah. The right candidate must have a bachelor's degree in marketing or a related field, along with 60 months experience as an account manager in e-commerce or marketplace environments with a focus on marketing strategy. If this sounds like you, apply today. Send resumes to McKenna at pattern.com. MAKENNA at pattern.com. That's McKenna at pattern.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smith's and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU in Arizona Saturday night in Tucson. Justin Kirkland on the fourth down stop versus West Virginia.
Man, so I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the offensive guard too, and he's looking at me, so I'm like, okay, here we go, man. Me and you, one-on-one, you know what I'm saying? And then they actually walked up to the line of scrimmage, and I was just like, hey, man, tell your coach this isn't going to work. Get in their head. I'm just playing. But, yeah, they snapped it, and then they ran right at me, so I was like, heck yeah, this is my favorite play. My favorite play in college football is 4th and 1 on the 1 or 3rd and 1, you know what I'm saying? And then, yeah, one of our linebackers came in, smacked him, and I was like, go Cougs. So it was awesome.
This BYU update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come eat with Haynes and Scotty and JJ and Alex today from noon to 6 at Kenny J's at the District.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Imagine there's no heaven.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're me. Go ahead.
Ace Bailey, 25 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists in the Jazz' first preseason game. How can you not be encouraged? Paul.
No one's saying pour the concrete here.
Exactly. But be encouraged.
Yeah.
It looked right. It looked good. We know it's a preseason game. Paul says, I experienced a foot-and-mouth moment. I'll freely admit it. I was not impressed with AB due to the pre-draft stuff that took place. I was pretty verbal about it. I don't feel like I was too out of pocket either. It was good to see him open up, embrace his teammates, and an opportunity to make an impact immediately for the team. Pretty excited for the rookie.
Yeah, I would buy what he's saying because I told the story earlier of my wife. I watched the game flicking back and forth during the baseball games. You had the end of the Yankee game and the Dodger game was about to start, right? Or the Philly game, depending on your perspective. And I do have my Blue Jays hat today. I've been a long-time Blue Jays fan.
You do have a Blue Jays hat on. Celebrating one of the 4 teams that was able to get her done.
I always buy a 7 3/8 hat
when you go to a ballpark?
Yeah. And in my man cave, I have them all on the wall. Actually, now it has morphed over to the other side of the wall.
Well, now we know what to buy you for Christmas.
No, I got to buy them at the ballpark.
None of this Amazon mail order stuff.
No.
I'm just saying, I now know your hat size, so.
7 3/8. That is correct. But I can get in better shape, though.
Shrink your head.
You shrink your head. You just 7 1/4.
That's the old Yogi Berra line.
Skull. Yeah.
What's your hat size? I don't know. I'm not in shape yet when I report to spring training.
Thank you, Yogi. Lawrence P. Berra coming through.
And talk about that stuff earlier, right? So I flick over and Bailey makes that nice move where he does a little shake and bake, they used to call it, turn around, Jay. Extremely smooth. Couldn't have been smoother, right? If you like Durant, well, Durant was impressed. And go listen to what Durant said after the game about him
Y'all
also.
Y'all can find that in place for us. Y'all grab that Kevin Durant sound where he compliments him. It's all over social media.
Yes. And so she says, wow, that kid looks really young. I said, oh, yeah, that's Ace Bailey. He is. He was at Rutgers last year, just turned 19. Oh, that's the kid who people didn't think he was going to report because that was a big story at the time.
It was a huge
Not
story
just
at the time.
here.
I think that can be summarized pretty quickly. He got bad advice. The person who advises him is no longer advising him.
Right. And
He's
so
moved
I said
on,
that.
But his attitude in interviews, his body language during games, on the bench with teammates, has always been right. I haven't seen where it's been wrong. I haven't seen where anybody said it was wrong.
His media day interview was the best ever for a rookie in Jazz history. It was. It was.
Can't possibly remember that. You get to declare that. No one can challenge you. No one can remember these other rookie day.
No one was better.
Interviews.
And he knew a lot of it's just who he is. Mm-hmm. Seems to have a decent amount of charisma.
He does. He has charisma. He has
but I
personality.
think that he upped his game because he's still trying to put to bed that other crap that happened in June.
He's now gotten good advice, and he realizes.
So here we are 3 months later, and he's up there like, this is the greatest thing ever. I couldn't be happier, right? And he's saying it. Yeah. And he's like, well, all right, yeah, that's what I want to hear. That's what management wants to hear. That's what the staff wants to hear. Fans want to hear. Media wants to hear. Everybody wants to hear it. And he delivers it, knocks it out of the park. And so that has been slowly but put to bed, and that story is just about over. We'll see what happens, because he is a rookie, and I'm sure Mitchell wasn't saying, guys, I'm not resigning when he was a rookie. So I understand there's a certain level of you got to prove your worth. You don't come in here making demands and all that stuff. You just don't do that. And if you're smart and have any form of brains, you know that, right? So Bailey puts that to bed. Then he does his thing here, goes out on the floor, first opportunity, and he looks like, oh, wow, this kid, he's a massive ball of potential because there's few people who just have the size that he has and to be able to move like he has. Or like he does. That's nice. But all the work that has to go into it. You're not going to get by in the NBA to where you want to be just simply on your DNA. You have to put in a significant amount of work. Those are just facts. Anybody who's been through it will tell you, as it is in any field. You have to put in, unless you got the right last name. But that in sports, the right last name can get you in the management side and maybe can get you to sit the bench on the Lakers, but that's as far as it's going to go. As far as on the court production, it's going to be how much work do you put in? And it looks like he's put in some work because he looked fine. And he looks like everything that we were so excited about when he was drafted and he fell. And I was telling her, and because of that stuff, it looked like a couple of teams passed on him. And then the Jazz said, no, we ain't passing on him.
Not passing. The talent's too good.
Right.
So in a way, even though you don't like that moment and you don't want things to go that way, that might be the only reason they have him. Yeah, if he gets different advice and gives different answers and shows up for different workouts, maybe he is the third pick. That's where he's projected most of the season.
Yeah, the entire winter.
Right. So then maybe he's the third pick, and there's no way for the Jazz to get him, and now everything's different. So in a bizarre way, that might be the best thing to happen if he blossoms and is everything people hope he can be.
Well, as long as Con Knippel is not Larry Bird II.
Well, but if you get Magic Johnson the second, then they get Larry Bird the second, then everybody just look at the first three, and what were you three doing?
So we'll see how that goes. But that scenario, that Jazz could have benefited from that. And that's essentially the Chicago dynasty. Portland needs a center. So they draft a center. Meanwhile,
Chicago, thank you very much.
Now, it's more than that, but that's the essence of it, because then they make some other shrewd moves, just like Larry Bird ends up in Boston, and wow. But Red Auerbach makes some shrewd moves, makes a trade, and makes multiple trades, plucks Ainge off the roster of the Blue Jays, my favorite team.
He doffs his cap
for today.
Yeah. He could be in here tomorrow with, let's see, the Brewers can close out the Cubs. The Dodgers
or the Dodgers.
Anybody who closes it out, I will wear their hat the next day.
All right, got it.
Because I don't think there's a team who's in the playoffs that I have not been to their stadium. And bought my 7 3/8 hat.
7 3/8.
Has to be a 7 3/8 fitted cap.
7 3/8 fitted. None of the sliding the thing in back. None of the little plastic buttons of popping in and out.
No snapbacks.
No snapbacks. Thank you.
I'm fine with the snapbacks, but not
on these.
Not for the wall.
You want the official on-field fitted, yeah.
Yeah.
On a golf course somewhere, we might see you in a snapback.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah. But not
on the wall.
And I get it. I get it before the game, and then I wear it during the game.
There you go.
And then usually, that's probably the last time I wear it, or I don't wear it for years. Like, I don't know the next time I'll wear my Pittsburgh Pirate hat.
that playoff series might be a ways away.
Yes.
Hey, here's Kevin Durant on Ace Bailey, since obviously the Jazz were playing the Rockets, and Katie got asked his opinion.
Ace Bailey's been pretty open about how you were his favorite player growing up, and you've spoken about it a little too, but to see what he did tonight, 25 points, what do you think about the rookie?
Dynamic player. I think he's going to be a hell of a player. I love the coaching staff that he's with. I love that he got drafted to Utah. They got a good developmental program over there that I'm looking forward to seeing how he progresses. So I'm expecting a big year from him and a big career from him. And tonight he showed what he could do.
That's high praise, man.
That is pretty much the best answer Jazz fans could have wished for right there.
Yeah.
He didn't have to praise the development program or the coaching staff, and he did.
He did.
And he couched it as I would expect a veteran to couch it. Complimentary. Let's see how he progresses. Nobody is everything right out of the gate. No matter how good you are right out of the gate,
except for Magic Johnson.
You got to get better.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well, in Kevin Durant's lifetime, that.
Okay. Playing lifetime.
Have to do the math. I don't think he was alive when Magic won his first NBA title.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But
he knows the history.
Yeah, well, clearly he does. And he knows about Utah's development. He throws that in. Well, he just doesn't throw that in. He's not throwing that in. He's saying it because he has knowledge of it.
Exactly.
That's why he's saying it. That's what he's heard around the league. And Kevin Durant is all over social media and doing all these things, and he's out there. And, yeah, when I heard that answer, and I saw it on social media like everybody else, I thought, that's awesome.
It really is. It's like the best answer you could have wished for.
Yeah, you're praising the kid, and I'm happy he got drafted by Utah. And we're supposed to believe that those guys don't like that. No, that's a bunch of crap. That's Kevin Durant, a 37, 38-year-old guy who has the maturity to look at the big picture, go there because they know how to develop guys.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Brian Jeffries, Arizona Wildcat play-by-play broadcasters here in 15 minutes on the Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash, Bangor Highway eastbound near 200 West. It's over on the right shoulder, not causing delays at this moment. Also still seeing some northbound slowing from Midville into Murray and southbound from North Salt Lake into downtown on I-15. Also coming out of Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain on Pioneer Crossing in 2100 North is still crawling along as you try to get over towards I-15 this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Game, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic you're missing. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah and Arizona State, huge game. Utah going to need great play along the line. Lewis Powell said John Henry Daly has impressed him.
John Henry Daly has developed the most so fast in such little time, and he took in a leadership role that we're all pretty fired up about. His motor doesn't stop. We knew that from high school, and he's now just one of our leaders on defense, and I'm excited for his growth and his development.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come eat with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today from noon to 6 at Kenny J's at the District.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The John Watson Northern Utah High School Players of the Week. Siaki Fekatoa from Bountiful High School and Blake Weston from Ogden High. Fekatoa ran for 206 yards and 2 touchdowns as he led the Redhawks to a 42-31 win over Alta, while Weston tallied 2 passing touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns in the Tigers' 28-26 win over Union. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week. This week as the West Panthers take on the Granger Lancers. Catch the action tomorrow night on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. See why new and used car buyers give John Watson Chevrolet more 5-star reviews than any other Chevy dealer in Utah. John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. Coming up, Arizona football, the Wildcats and BYU. Cougars undefeated, the Cats with the 1 loss, their only road game of the year. They're perfect 4-0 at home, and this one is at home.
Yeah, they're talking about between now and early next week, record rainfall.
8+ inches,
I mean,
potentially.
they get maybe 10 inches of rain a year. And you're going to get 8 inches in a span of 4 or 5 days. And the thing about that, the infrastructure of those places aren't
not set up to handle 8 inches of water.
It's just not.
Yeah.
I mean, the flooding that would go on in the Phoenix area, like
if it's flat, there's nowhere for the water to go. It just sits there.
It's just so that could be nasty. I mean, that's just unheard of rain in the desert, and they are in the desert, obviously. That whole area, all the way down to the border and into Mexico. That's where you got your saguaros, and that's when you know you're in the desert. So. Interesting to see how that plays out. I think it might play in BYU's advantage, but you never know. And we're supposed to get rain here, too. And whose advantage does it play in? Of course, Dillingham, who models himself after Whittingham, the 2 hams of the league. At the end of the day, you got to block that guy and you got to push him back. And it don't matter what's coming down from the sky.
He's right, but I can see the tough guy thing. He is right.
Something about having ham at your name.
Well, he's also like spraying water on his quarterbacks.
I saw that. I was like, just get a hose, and then that'd be more.
They dunk him in buckets of water typically, so I don't know why he was.
I don't know, whatever.
He's standing there with a water bottle.
Yeah, I mean, the Conservation Society was out there protesting unfair labor practices. They got water issues down there. Come on.
The grass needed to be watered.
So we'll see how the weather plays out in both of these instances.
All right, when we come back, we'll talk with Brian Jeffries. He's the Arizona Wildcats play-by-play broadcaster. We'll talk with him next to get the lowdown on Saturday night's game. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right, we're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there. Stock number 75941, subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
Isn't fall one of the best times of year? The weather's cooling down, leaves are changing, and so is our menu at the Garden Restaurant. Stop in and try some garden favorite. The jalapeno pork sandwich perfectly balances sweet and spice. Plus, all things turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches, or the delicious turkey pot pie that is made fresh daily. Warm up with our yummy soups like our tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, or chicken noodle. Or pair a crisp salad with a savory sandwich for a delicious duo. What really makes the garden special is the fresh ingredients and the handmade care that goes into each dish each time it is made. Like our massive cinnamon rolls, shareable between 4 people, our famous Lionhouse rolls, our gooey chocolate chip cookies, or our brand new caramel coconut cereal bar treat. Healthy, hearty, customizable, and very craveable. We're the Garden Restaurant. Convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3, and soon, extended fall hours. Visit our menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Adventuring in the Wasatch back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head to Tucson for a battle against the Arizona Wildcats. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, I say it's alright.
DJ PK brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come meet with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today from noon to 6 at Kenny J's at the District. DJ and PK, we're joined now by Brian Jeffries, Arizona Wildcats play-by-play broadcaster. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Great to be with you. Looking forward to a great weekend if we can keep the rain away here and in a good football game.
Yeah, how's your boat, man? You got it ready to go?
Yeah, well, I was building the Ark yesterday. It's almost done, and we'll be ready to go. I don't know. It's been kind of a strange season so far. We already had a 2-hour delay in a game earlier because of lightning and that sort of thing. And then we've had some hot days like last week playing at noon when it's 90 degrees. And now we've got this forecast for rain. So who knows? It's just one of those seasons.
Is this team built for a wet weather game when the ball's slippery and blah, blah, blah?
Well, they've strengthened their run game this year. They've got 3 pretty good running backs, so they've rotated those guys in. Ismail Mahdi has kind of taken over as the number one guy, but that doesn't mean that we won't see Quincy Craig and Ked Ricino as well. And so I think that will certainly help. But I think both teams would love to be able to throw the ball if they can. But just looking at what the two teams have done so far, I think the running game on both sides is – I'm not going to say it's equal, but I think it's strong enough that if it's a bad day and you really can't throw the ball, I think running the ball will fit right into both teams' personality.
Last few years for the U of A have been extremely wild with the Fish, the just great rebuild and then taking off sort of late in the coaching carousel and a lot of bitter feelings and all that stuff. And then last year, expectations were high, and obviously they didn't fulfill them. And then this year, you didn't really know what to make of the expectations. And they've only got the one loss. They got beat pretty good by Iowa State. But, they beat Kansas State, and here they are sitting at the record being what it is, which is pretty good at 4-1. What is the difference between last year and this year to where it just seems like from perception-wise and outlook-wise, it's a lot brighter?
Well, I think a couple things come into play. You go back to last year, and I think you were correct that Brent Brennan got a late start in terms of recruiting, and things didn't go well, and so he knew he had to make some changes. It started with the coaching staff. He has 3 new coordinators this year, and all 3 of them, I think, have made a huge difference. Seth Dagey coming over from Marshall. He's doing the offense. Danny Gonzalez was on the staff last year, but he was not the defensive coordinator. He was elevated to that position. He's got a great background there. Craig Niver comes in as the special teams coach, and all 3 of those guys have made a difference. And then the other half of it is just different new players. And in this day of the transfer portal, you have the opportunity to turn your team over fairly quickly, and that's what they've done. They brought in a number of new guys that have experience playing college football. They have made an impact. I just mentioned that 2 of the running backs, Ismail Mahdi and Quincy Craig, are 2 great examples. These guys came in and, they've immediately strengthened the run game. They've done the same at other positions across the board, and that's made a big difference so far. And, they got beat by a better team in Iowa State, but other than that, they've won the games I think that everybody had hoped they'd be able to win. And now this week they get that litmus test now against a top 25 team to kind of see where Arizona is at this point of the season.
Saw the injury report, and I noticed there were 4 tight ends on it, and I looked at the stats, and the tight ends aren't really much of a factor catching the ball. Are they not a factor because everybody's hurt, or is that something they're really missing? What is going on there?
Well, it started out with the first play of the season. Tyler Powell, who was their starting tight end, got hurt on the very first play, messed up his knees, out for the season. So there's one guy down. Kean Burnett, who had been kind of a funny, well, not a funny story, but he'd arrived here as a freshman. His dad was an outstanding linebacker here, Chester Burnett, and Kean got hurt last year, didn't play a whole lot, and then went into the portal, transferred to Kansas, spent the spring there, didn't like it, asked to come back. They brought him back, and now he's decided to redshirt, and so he's out now. And so, it left them with Sam Olson, who was, very good last year, and then Cam Baremore, who was a transfer in from Mercyhurst. But, they haven't used that position a lot in terms of catching the ball. I think they're using them more in a blocking situation, but they don't have a whole lot left in terms of guys that have played this year. And I think that's it. They've got other tight ends on the roster. They just haven't seen the field. And so I think that's going to be one of the question marks going forward now, is how do they utilize the tight ends that they have that are healthy? And, we may find out a little bit on Saturday, but I just don't think that they rely on that position enough that it's going to make a huge difference in terms of catching the ball. Now, can they find some other guys that can come in and play that position and block? I would say yes, they probably can take care of that, and we'll find out what direction they want to take here pretty soon.
You talk about catching the ball. I don't know that they're going to have a receiver to the level that they had with McMillan. The guy was sensational, right? He didn't come around that much, and good for him doing his thing now in the NFL. And I know the receivers earlier in the season had some drop ball issues, but it looks like, certainly against Oklahoma State, they spread the ball around, and that wasn't an issue. Speak to the level of the capability that Fafita has to throw to these guys.
Well, they have more depth there, and you're right. Tetero McMillan was, one of the best in the country, and yeah, he's having a great start to his NFL career. There wasn't a whole lot behind him last year. Chris Hunter came on late last season, and he has picked up where he left off this year. Then you go to the portal, you bring in Luke Weissong, you bring in Trey Spivey, who played at Kansas State last year. Javen Watley goes by New Watley, has become their leading receiver, again, transfer. Chris Hudson transferred in from Washington State. So like I said before, guys, you find players that have experience at the college level, and you can plug them in, and they can help you out right away. And they all have. They got a couple of true freshmen that have played some snaps this year. And so I think the depth has allowed now Noah Fafiti to find himself, more receivers. Last year, maybe he looked too much to T-Mac. They'd known each other since, they were 8 years old. And so it was easy for him to always be looking for McMillan, but now Noah's got more guys to choose from. And I think also just to look at the way they've kind of changed their offense this year. And I think that's one thing that has helped them, that Noah understands. He's seen the field better this year. His footwork has improved. And as you would expect, a guy that's now in his junior season, his third year as a starter, you would expect him to be better. And he has stepped it up.
L.J. Martin has run for 490 yards for BYU through 5 games. That is a pretty good clip right there. What do you think of Arizona's ability to defend the run and stop him?
Well, that's going to be a real key. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And, it's a remade front line for Arizona. They do have some guys back from a year ago. Their strength really has been their secondary, and we knew that going into the season. The linebackers have really stepped up. We've seen some great play from Chase Kennedy and Max Harris, and one guy to keep an eye on out that's really come on late the last couple of games is Riley Wilson, a transfer from Montana. But the front line for Arizona in terms of run stop, I think that's going to be a real key. And as you guys well know, BYU's got a dual threat quarterback, and it seems like every week Arizona has seen a dual threat quarterback, maybe not this good yet. And so I think that's going to be a major factor. How does Arizona's defensive ends, Dominic Lalesio, Trey Smith, how do they react to, defending a mobile quarterback? And then, of course, the linebackers got to help out there. So, to me, that's probably be the biggest key for Arizona's defense this week is, how did they defend the run, not only from Martin, but again from the quarterback as well, Bachmeier.
It's funny when you talk about U of A's defense. I'm a kid who went to high school and college in Arizona, so obviously have followed the team for a good while. It just seems like they've always had good defensive backs going back for – I can even go back to Randy Robbins, who came out of Casa Grande. And, Brian, my first newspaper job was at the Casa Grande Dispatch in the 80s. So I remember Randy Robbins intimately, but I'm joking there. But they've always seemed to have good defensive backs. It doesn't matter who's coaching. How do they do that there? Because I've always been impressed with their defensive secondary.
Yeah, that's a great question. I just think they've recruited well in that position. You mentioned Randy Robbins, Chuck Cecil. You could go down the list, and they've had some good ones over the years. I don't think there's any, particular magic to it. It's just they've been able to find some good players. And sometimes, when you have I think a history there, a legacy, it draws other players in, and I think that's helped over the years. And they've got some good ones this year. Dalton Johnson was their leading tackler last season, back again now as a senior. Getting Traden Stukes back was huge. He got hurt 4 games into the season last year, and that really hurt them. And now he's back healthy. He didn't play the first couple of ball games, but he's now starting. That's huge there. Genesis Smith has returned. Marquise Groves-Killebrew, and then they brought some transfers in. And so, like I said, we knew coming into the season the strength of Arizona's defense would be its secondary, and so far it has. They're the only school in the country that has not given up a passing touchdown. I don't think that's something really to hang your hat on a lot, but just the same, I think a lot of it is because of the strength of the secondary.
Brian Jeffries joining us, Arizona Wildcats play-by-play broadcaster. As people try to figure out exactly how good Arizona is there anybody a little worried that they managed to get 5 of the first 6 games at home? And that's something I expect out of the SEC or out of Ohio State or something. 5 out of 6 at home right out of the gate.
Well, yeah, that's just the way the schedule fell together this year. And, you're lucky in that department, and it has certainly helped because, their road game at Iowa State did not go well. And that's why, this week it's pretty big because then – you go back-to-back on the road to Houston, Colorado, and I think they're going to find out here pretty soon. But, I think with new coordinators, with a lot of new players, it helped build their confidence. I think that's another reason why they've played well. But I'll go back to what I said earlier. They've probably beaten all the teams that they should have beaten this year. And they lost to a team that was just better in Iowa State on its home turf. So, I just fast forward to this week against BYU and say, okay, where is Arizona right now? And that's kind of what Brent Brennan had mentioned going to Ames. He says, well, we're going to find out where we're at. Well, it didn't work too well. So now we're going to find out again, where is Arizona at right now in terms of its growth and its rebuild of the program against a traditionally strong team and right now an unbeaten team and a ranked team, et cetera. And we're going to find out. I think it's going to be very interesting to see if Arizona can play to its utmost abilities, and can they find a way to beat a team that's probably bigger and stronger than it is.
The funny thing about that is that you can say we're going to find out about almost half the league here as we get into the heart of conference play. There's a bunch of teams that have looked good, maybe dropped a game, or in the case of BYU, haven't dropped a game, but the competition hasn't been the best, and we're waiting to see just how good are you. Utah got Texas Tech, who might be the class, and so they got beat up pretty good, but that doesn't mean that they're out of the race, and they get the Devils also on Saturday night and all that stuff. And then the Devils get Texas Tech the following week. So it's a big, you could throw a big umbrella or a blanket over it and say, we're about to find out about several teams, which, me being an Arizona guy and I worked in the California market and then obviously here in Utah, had Pac-10, Pac-12 in my blood. With that in mind, I've been excited to see Big 12 football because there is so much mystery on a given Saturday, and it continues for several weeks. Maybe when we get into November, we'll have obviously a much clearer outlook. But right now, I put Arizona in the same category as I put about 5 or 6 teams.
Oh, I agree completely. And, I haven't seen everybody play. I think that I agree with you. I think Texas Tech right now looks to be the class. I mean, you go to Salt Lake and do what they did to Utah, that's enough to tell me right there that, they're really, really good. And so maybe they are the class of the league right now. BYU's probably number 2, at least in my mind, just on what I've seen. And I don't get to see every team, what I can see on video, et cetera. But I don't know that there is a quote-unquote super team in the league that you're looking at saying, oh, my goodness, there's no way we can beat these guys. I think everybody's got some weaknesses, and we'll see how the season plays out. And that's probably good for the league. I mean, I know everybody wants to win every week, but boy, if you sit back and say that you don't know going to every weekend, every game's a toss-up, everybody's got a chance to win, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. And maybe that's why, the Big 12's got some pretty good teams and some pretty good competition so far.
I wanted to ask you about one guy, Trey Spivey. I couldn't help but notice he has 8 catches. He has 4 touchdowns. He's a 6'4" sophomore from Chandler. So he's a local-ish kid coming from the Phoenix area. When you get in the red zone, does Arizona just throw the ball up and let him go get it? Is it 6'4"? What is going on there? That's an unusual touchdown-catch ratio.
Yeah, his size certainly helps, and I think that's part of it. He's also made some great catches. I mean, last week he had a shoe-top catch that turned into a touchdown, and he's just talented. I would put him – I'm not going to put him in Tetro McMillan neighborhood yet. But I think that was one thing that, T-Mac had size. He rarely dropped the ball, and Spivey has kind of turned into that now. And just one of the new guys that has started to emerge now. And I think Noah probably looks for him a little more when you get in the red zones, just because he stands out in that department, where you look at the other guys. And, Chris Hunter's 6'1", Brandon Phelps is 6'3", hasn't had a lot of snaps. But then you look at Watley at 5'10", Wysong at 5'10", etc. When you got a guy that's 6'4", and Noah, keep in mind, is not the tallest guy in the world, it's probably a lot easier to spot Spivey, and it's worked out so far, and they'll continue to look for him, I'm sure.
Well, thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate it, Brian, and we'll see if the rain really falls, or if they
that's always
get lucky.
That's always the question. I don't know. The forecast it seems like it changes every hour. So we'll hope for the best. I think it'll be a great atmosphere regardless, and just hope for another great game.
All right. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate it. Good luck.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Brian Jeffries, Arizona Wildcats play-by-play broadcaster, joining us right here on The Zone.
Now, you know the great Randy Robbins out of Casa Grande High School, don't you?
You absolutely know I don't.
Played like 8 years for the Broncos.
Name sounds vaguely familiar. Couldn't tell you anything about him.
2 pick sixes.
I'm sorry.
13 career interceptions.
I'm not all things to all people, PK.
Yeah, but you're an AFC West guy.
Yep.
You're all things to AFC West.
Well, if you hit me with the Denver Broncos, that's what's starting to get it going. But I definitely couldn't have told you Arizona and Casa Grande. Now I start to remember Robbins a little bit.
Oh, he was our legend. I mean, every week, if Randy Robbins made a tackle, it was front page news.
Locals in the NFL before it's time.
Yeah. I mean, that was back when it was a smaller community. It has 2 high schools now.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, it just had 1.
2 high schools living large now.
Yeah. When I was there, they had a foxy girls tennis coach.
What?
They had a foxy girls tennis coach.
Foxy girls tennis coach.
Yeah. I ended up marrying her.
I did not know that.
You did not?
I did not. You'd never told me that Mrs. K had been in Casa Grande.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely.
I didn't know she coached tennis either. I knew softball and golf.
Oh, well, volleyball.
Okay.
I could show you when she coached in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
Volleyball and
well, you told me softball. Yeah, because you told the bus story.
Yeah, well,
get on the bus, sit down. Like, what are you doing? You gotta lay down in the seat. You can't be visible from the window.
Yeah, that was one of the rougher stories. But there was a lot of great people that she had contact with, teaching at Washington High School in South Central Los Angeles.
You haven't walked the halls. Yeah, I have, Donnie. Another good story.
You haven't walked the halls of Crenshaw High when I talked to Donnie Daniels about the Prop 42 or 48.
Prop 48.
Was that what it was? Yeah. And I was like,
yeah, I
I'm
have.
up here. And then, well, actually, I have. What?
Little do you know.
But it helped you bond with Donnie.
It did. Yeah.
Seriously, when you have a common background with somebody, you lived in this town, you went to that school, whatever it is, you know this person, that always helps.
Yeah, and over here at Corner, there's a guy.
That'd be Corner Canyon for those of you.
He's on the staff there, and his last name's Gray. He's an African American guy. Yeah. He was born there, but then I think they moved shortly thereafter. But he knew about this. His daughters were big-time volleyball players at BYU, and in the last couple of years or something, she had a little like a collage of all the places she's been, and he saw that she was there, and the group photo, the team picture, there's nobody who looks like her.
Right.
And he saw that, and level of respect. It was a great experience. Great experience for both of us, actually. And so, yes, I had walked the halls of Crenshaw, and there was some.
I did not know that she had walked the halls of Casa Grande, though.
Oh yeah. And Randy Robbins was the star. They've had other guys, but I mean, he made it to the top and played over 10 years in the NFL. The only thing that I hated him is that he went south when he should have gone north.
Should have gone to ASU, not to the U of A.
Yeah.
If only.
Yeah, a tad closer, though, in terms of distance.
Everything you missed in this show is coming up next. We'll get you up to speed. A lot of football, a little bit of basketball, and even some hockey. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still got a few crashes on the roadways. One on northbound I-15 near 146 South is on the left shoulder. Another at the 90th South exit ramp from southbound I-15. Both of them causing minimal delays at this moment. Also have another on the on-ramp to southbound I-15 from Pioneer Crossing, which is causing some southbound slowing on I-15 through American Fork. This update is brought to you by Enbridge Gas, reminding you to prepare for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies make the long road trip to the islands as they square off against Hawaii. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday night at 9 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
High-quality meat, unbeatable freshness, and a family-style commitment to care. That's the Heartland difference. Heartland Steak Co. is your go-to source for premium Midwest meats, delivered straight to your door. Whether you're hosting a backyard barbecue, planning weeknight dinners, or giving someone the gift of Midwest flavor, Heartland Steak Co. is perfect for any occasion. Hand-cut and hand-picked from the Heartland, our premium selection includes USDA prime and choice beef, all-natural pork, chicken, and more. Save time and money with easy online ordering and expertly assembled specials, grill master packages, freezer-filled bundles, holiday gift boxes, all flash frozen for peak freshness. Go to heartlandsteakco.com, get 2 ribeyes with a purchase of $150 or more. Use code FOOTBALL25. Heartland Steak Co., your one-stop shop for straight-to-your-door Midwest meat. Taste the Heartland difference at heartlandsteakco.com. Again, use code FOOTBALL25 to get 2 ribeyes with a purchase of $150 or more.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Judas Priest and Alice Cooper. The Metal Gods, Judas Priest. The godfather of shock rock, Alice Cooper. October 12th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with special guest, Corrosion of Conformity. Get reserved seats now at Ticketmaster. Judas Priest, Alice Cooper. In concert.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU and Arizona in Tucson Saturday. Will the Cougars pack a big pass rush? Kelly Papinga on the lack of sacks for BYU so far.
Sacks are overrated, guys, at the end of the day. I'll take interceptions and turnovers over sacks every day. We're getting pressure on the quarterback, and we're making quarterbacks make bad decisions. So at the end of the day, I'd rather take that than sacks. Yeah, do we want sacks? Like, our goal as a team by the end of the season, we want to have 30 sacks every year. But the ultimate goal, keep points off the board, play good defense, and I think we've done that well.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come eat with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today from noon to 6 at Kenny J's at the District.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Reach and steal from Bailey. Ace goes coast to coast, puts it on his right hip, rises up with the right hand and dunks it.
Soccer Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at trajanwealth.com. Jazz start the preseason. Not that that's a big deal. The regular season will be here soon enough. We'll find out a lot more about these young guys. 9 or 10, depending on how you count Kessler. He's one class in front of the oldest group of rookies, I guess.
And he wasn't drafted by the team.
Yeah, traded for. As a draftee before he played a game, but nonetheless.
Like Mitchell and Gobert.
But Ace Bailey, 25 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists in the first preseason game. How can you not be encouraged? And in addition to how he looked, passing the eye test, looked smooth, didn't look overwhelmed. We've seen other rookies looked overwhelmed. He didn't. So pass all the eyeball tests, and then Kevin Durant afterwards gives a glowing report, not just on the game, but on just how the situation sets up for Ace Bailey.
Ace Bailey's been pretty open about how you were his favorite player growing up, and you've spoken about it a little too, but to see what he did tonight, 25 points, and what do you think about the rookie?
Dynamic player. I think he's going to be a hell of a player. I love the coaching staff that he's with. I love that he got drafted to Utah. They got a good developmental program over there that I'm looking forward to seeing how he progresses. So I'm expecting a big year from him and a big career from him. And tonight he showed what he could do.
Can't get much more than that out of Kevin Durant. That was a good answer. That answer might excite people more than Ace Bailey highlights from the game.
I can remember when whatever team Paul George was on, was it Indiana?
I don't know what era he was on the Pacers.
Right, but you'll get the point here. And it was early in the season, and somebody asked him about Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, well, we got the same agency, and I saw him, and I worked out with him, and so I know what he can do, and this is what he can do, and he's going to be a very good player in the league.
Yep.
And that was early in the regular season, and Paul George said that, and that stuck with me all this time. Yep. And Donovan Mitchell, whatever you think of him, he's a very good player in this league. All right, he's somewhat limited because of his height. Ace Bailey has no physical limitations.
Totally different deal there.
Right.
Not likely to put a guy on him 6 inches taller.
No, he's likely to guard somebody who he's 6 inches taller. Right, and so when you listen to a peer at the end of his career make this evaluation, he doesn't have to say that.
Nope.
And he says it, and I love the fact that it's also irrespective of Ace Bailey. They've got a good development program over there.
Pumping up the coach and the organization.
Right. And that says wonders. And that's great for the Jazz and BYU basketball.
Because
Durant's pushing guys to Provo. Durant might as well be Darren Williams and be a resident here. Carlos Boozer. These guys are around all the time.
Chamber of Commerce ought to pick up Kevin Durant. KD's helping out Utah big time.
Yes.
He really is.
Right?
Kevin, good work.
He gives his buddy Kevin Young a glowing recommendation.
He did.
And he worked with him firsthand.
Right.
And here, maybe he's had some firsthand. They got such a large staff now. You never know where. You have to research every guy, where he came from and where he's been and all.
Right.
But clearly Kevin Durant knows something about this staff to be able to say they got a good developmental program over there. So that's very powerful that he says that. And I love that he said that, because that is beyond Ace Bailey. The question was about Ace Bailey because Ace Bailey had his sports basketball hero idol type thing was Kevin Durant. Makes sense when you look at the age group. Well, okay, so he could have just addressed Ace Bailey, but he took it a step beyond that and went towards the developmental program that the organization has. And I think that if I'm a Jazz fan and you're looking for some light out there, right? I get it. This has been a long struggle. And it's going to be another one this year. So now that's year 4, right? And you want some light. Well, Kevin Durant, maybe it's just a blinker, but it's some light out there. and we'll see. Eventually, that light is going to be right in front of our faces. And I love the tunnel metaphor that I'm creating right here.
Clearly you do.
This is absolutely beautiful. It's genius. It's what the great literary stars of our generation and poet laureates do that go back in time.
Painting a picture with your words.
Yes, it's amazing now that I think of it. This is a body of work that I have just produced off the cuff. That's some of my best work in 23 plus years on the radio, going back another 6 years. You can go close to 30 because I substituted for so many years before I finally got my shot, right? I'm basically Kurt Warner over here. And I got my shot, and then you saw what I could do once I got my shot. It's been incredible.
There's going to be something about the Jazz in here, right?
Yes, the light at the end of the tunnel. Yes.
How far away is that light?
I think it's in a distance. There's no question it's in a distance. But as I say, over the next 2 to 3 years, it will get closer. And what you hope and what I anticipate, not just hope, I anticipate, because hope is one of these negligible words.
Well, I hope it works out, which kind of means that's not going to happen, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I have anticipation that light is going to get closer. And at some point, maybe this time next year, it'll take a big leap. So then we'll be able to see it know it's coming. Because OKC did that, and the Jazz under Snyder did that.
I like your timeline, not because I like it, but I approve of your thought pattern. I see exactly where you're going. Yeah, that wasn't the right word either. But just keep going. Endorse. Second. I second the motion, Your Honor. Yes. I see where you're going with that. It makes sense to me that could be the timeline. I think that people underestimate And I think that there's a big difference between the regular season and playoffs. There always has been, but I think it's bigger now. And I think that Will Hardy's ability, I don't know about the playoffs. We haven't seen him in that situation, so I can't speak to that for better or for worse. But in the regular season, his ability to figure out where the advantages are and use those small things and grind out wins that a couple years ago, some people not necessarily wanted because they want a better draft spot.
Yeah, but they had better players too.
They did. But I do think that over the next, and that's why a year and a half is the right timeline. Like not next month. I don't expect a 10-3 start, but you're going to have younger guys playing harder. They're going to put more emphasis on the regular season than a lot of teams who know they've got to pace themselves because they're going to have at least a month and maybe 2 months of playoffs out there, and they're going to bring a different urgency, and that can pay off with some wins.
There's a thing I'd like to add to that, and I approve of everything you just said.
Thank you. Endorse. Second the motion.
I approve. Endorse.
Anyway, go ahead.
Political campaign. No, obviously I agree with what you're saying. That what I think is cooler now, it reminds me of when Steve Cleveland first took over at BYU. He had to play the guys who he had to play because there wasn't any competition. And he would talk to me about it, and it drove him nuts.
And now there's competition.
Yes. So every single one of you young guys, you better bring it. And you better be working on your game at all times, because if you're not, somebody else is. And now Will can say, okay, well, I can turn to this guy. I can turn to that guy. I don't need to play you all the time because I got a bunch of parts, and there's a couple of proven parts on the team, but most of the parts are unproven, and they're still to be claimed. Your place in the league, your place on the team, how many minutes you should get. Are you a starter? Are you a reserve? Are you a reserve in the rotation? Are you out of the rotation? Can float around the league? All that is up for debate. And what's it going to be? And I find that really cool. Again, I'm not the hardcore Jazz fan who live and dies by the results of the game. I'm going to look for other stuff this season. And I think for me, it's going to be a level of fulfilling. Maybe by the time we get to April, and if they're in an 8-game losing streak getting their brains beat out, I may think differently, but not right now.
I can't say this definitively yet, but I do think it's more likely to be true than not. Their inability / in some cases unwillingness to defend is going to lose a lot of games and drive people nuts. And I know it was just preseason, but everything you say is so something. It's not just that it's up for debate; it's literally up for grabs. It's which coach told you? I think it was Majerus. I don't decide if you play; you decide if you play.
Yeah.
I look at practice, and Pablo Mastroeni basically comes on and says the same thing when he talks to us. I don't pick the starting 11. You pick the starting 11. How do you train that week? And they were in transition, and guys were just like waving at the ball. And I know it's a preseason game, but I mean, it's up for grabs. You want an extension or not? You want to start or not? You want to sit on the bench or come off the bench and play 25 or 30 minutes?
Yeah, yeah.
And you're just waving at the ball going by? And we're going to look at the offensive end. Fans do. The media does. I get that. We know the coach is going to look at the defensive end. And when you give up 140 points, anybody who wants to keep their job, player, assistant coach, head coach, but you're going to look at the defensive end. This is way too many points to give up. And you just see people just literally like waving at the ball. Man, if Will Hardy hasn't shown those clips today, I'd be stunned. I'd be very surprised. At the other end of the court, now that I've said that, I go right back to the offensive end of the court like everybody else. I guess the best surprise past the eyeball test, we've been told this is true, but now we've seen it, even though it's only a preseason game. Hendricks did lift a lot of weights while his ankle healed.
It's obvious.
And he looks much more prepared to be in an NBA game.
Well, looks like a man.
Right, yes. And he doesn't look like that young teenager, which he was.
Yeah.
So major progress there. And
he's
just
2 years older.
A few moments in the game, too. It looked good with the ball in his hands.
He did.
And expecting him to be a force on the defensive end. And he talks about that, and I like that he talks about it, but you can't be a liability at the other end. And I thought early on, just passing the eyeball test, and we'll see when the other team plays better players and the other team plays harder. We'll see if that still proves to be true.
I think he needs to prove it to himself.
You could be on
the
something
number
there.
one thing.
Yeah. Because once you believe, and you get that belief, we hear coaches talk about all the time, the confidence, the belief.
Right.
Even if it's false confidence.
Because he played in the lower league.
Mm-hmm.
UCF wasn't in the Big 12 then.
Nope.
And so I think that he needs to show to himself, not only do I belong, but I could be a significant player.
Yeah.
And he's got to shake loose of the injury and do his thing. And I think in time it'll come. And to
this
what
is something
degree?
for you because you sound a little higher on him now than you did his rookie
Well, I
year.
love his physical appearance.
Right. You're now you've
that
lifted
shows
weights.
me that you put in the work. You just don't get that. Maturity is going to help to a degree, but you need definition. Jerry Sloan will always talk about in shape, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of his big things. And so that shows me that you have done it. And some guys can't do it. Kevin Durant, I mean, he looks the same practically, right? And fine, he can get away with it. But what we asked Hayward, what they asked Hayward, what they asked Hendricks, same type of principle. And you saw the literal change in the body from when Gordon Hayward came in the league to where he ended up when he was an all-star. It was a massive difference. It's a total before and after. And Hendricks, you can see that. So, yes, I have a higher hope. Without even seeing him touch a basketball, I have higher hope for him now than I did 2 years ago. I'm excited about his potential.
DJ PK, we also talked a little football. I read a story because I was not aware that 8 inches of rain could be falling in Tucson. I heard there was a storm coming. It didn't occur to me
Over the
that
span
big.
of like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, over 4 or 5 days. But now I've seen stories that it depends on like how two weather systems interact.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there's models that say it could be half an inch,
And it's
and models that could say it could be 5 inches.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a hurricane off the west coast of Mexico that's coming inland. It could say it's a tropical depression. It could completely break up.
Yeah.
If you look around the area, like Casa Grande, the projection that I said, Casa Grande's about 60 miles away, right? They're looking at, it's going to rain, but they're looking at 1 inch. And then in the heart of Tucson, they had 8 inches. That's not that far away, And then Phoenix, they had 0.25. And that's about downtown Phoenix from Casa Grande, again, is another 60 miles, right? So it is projection.
Yeah.
But
it could vary
from
greatly.
the weather people's perspective, you have to put that out there so people are prepared for it.
Yeah.
You can't say,
Oh,
oh,
yeah,
my
there's-
gosh, we got 8 inches of rain. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, you got to say something. Hey, Bob, what were you doing over there?
Yeah.
That's a quick way to
Dewey
get a lot
Hopper.
of phone calls.
Right, yeah, you got. I get that they're not going to nail it completely, but they have to look at the possibilities. If
Well,
it's
they're literally, they had to think about prepping sandbags
Of
for
course.
the flooding. Yeah, I mean 8 inches, right?
Right,
Obviously,
and they
get some
had
sandbags.
when last Friday,
Mm-hmm.
no, 2 Fridays ago. So I guess because they had the bye last week. 2 Fridays ago, the amount of rain that the Valley got was incredible, and Globe, which is about it's way east, about an hour out of town, they got massive flooding, and they still haven't recovered from it, and they anticipated some rain, but it took it up to another level, and you just don't know. But you got to be prepared for it, especially in an area that doesn't get that. I mean, they have enough weather reports. Yep, it's going to be 102 today, and it's going to be 102 for the next 18 days in a row.
Yeah.
If it's not 105. I mean, they get plenty of that. So they go nuts. This is like Christmas morning to weather people in that area of the country.
I've done enough weather people. I totally get that.
Yeah.
All right, something's happening.
Right.
All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback, everything you think about today's show. That's next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. BYU is back on the road as they head south to Tucson for a key Big 12 battle against the Arizona Wildcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Judas Priest and Alice Cooper. The Metal Gods, Judas Priest. The godfather of shock rock, Alice Cooper. October 12th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater with special guest, Corrosion of Conformity. Get reserved seats now at Ticketmaster. Judas Priest, Alice Cooper. In concert.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests. The changing temps and colorful leaves leaves means fall's in the air. Take a mental break, becoming one with your thoughts and nature, starting in Cedar City. Lighten your heart and clear your mind with a short drive to enjoy not one, but 4 scenic highways, connecting you to nothing but an open canvas of color. Vibrant shades of red rocks, amber leaves, clear blue skies, and endless shades of emerald green and cedar breaks in Dixie National Forest. Cedar City is nature's backdrop, where the forest actually does meet the trees. The journey isn't about getting there, it's about being there. Being on a hike, mountain biking, or OHVing, with eyes and jaws wide open to scenic views. Cedar City also harvests the best events, charming organic farmers markets, promising the best pumpkin patches and hay mazes in the West. Plus the Sheep Parade down Main, October 25th. For the fall color reports, activities, eateries, and more, log on to visitcedarcity.com. That's visitcedarcity.com.
One simple thing can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection with a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah coming off a bye. They've got Arizona State, and the schedule's getting tougher. And Smith Snowden on the battle each week in the Big 12.
Yeah, in this league, you have to prove it every single week. If you look at the records, it all kind of speaks for itself. We're all about at the same place other than a couple of teams, but it's a tough conference, so coming in with your A game every single week is really important.
This Utah update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come eat with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today from noon to 6 at Kenny J's at the District.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK. Question of the morning, getting a lot of reaction. Ace Bailey, 25 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists in the Jazz first preseason game. How can you not be encouraged? Scott says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
What fooling we've involved here?
If the team matches the futility of last season, 17-65, in its upcoming season, they'll complete the losingest 5-year stretch in team history, even worse than the first 5 years after relocating to Utah.
I get that, and that sucks, but that has nothing to do with Ace Bailey.
We're talking about Ace Bailey. That's why he's not encouraged. He's not going to be encouraged by anything until they win. I think that's what Scott's saying. He doesn't care about young players getting better. He wants winning.
You need young players to get better in order to win.
I get how the process works. They do. They're not likely to trade for somebody, and they're definitely not likely to sign a free agent. I mean, the trade market has just come to a grinding halt. I mean, Austin told us contracts are now more important than talent.
So, suck this year, get a top 3 pick. You're either going to get the kid out of Kansas, Boozer's son,
or DeBonsa.
I'll take any
one of those 3 next to Ace Bailey, surrounded by young players who are developing, whether that's Hendricks, whether that's Keontae George, Filipowski, obviously Kessler.
Hendricks has the ability to make the most impact as a Hendricks since Jimmy.
Famous Hendricks, let's go.
Maybe Elrod?
Elrod, nice. Ted the Stork Hendricks, a Raider from my childhood. Fearsome player. He's like 6'6", 6'7".
Yeah, he was a player. He was
way too tall, yeah.
I can't
he'd be a Kyle Whittingham, violent defensive lineman. Go get the quarterback. George Hendricks.
I think that was Hendrick.
Oh, was it George Hendrick? No S? Yeah. All right, well, we'll work on that.
He took the S and gave it to Niang.
That's where George found it.
Yes.
Hendrick Motorsports. Okay, now I'm thinking. Got NASCAR on you.
So there is promise in losing.
Chewbacca says John Stockton played at playoff intensity level for 82 games. Argue with a wall. Love you, PK.
I knew they were going to say
Somebody
that.
was going to go with Stockton.
I even said that, didn't
There's
I?
one, I don't remember, but there's always one outlier. It's the exception that proves the rule.
But I said that. I didn't say, I said, like, I know there was
I
Thurl and Mark Eaton.
I remember you saying Thurl, yeah.
Those guys played.
'Cause you brought up Thurl's 84 game season.
Yes. And you go look at Eaton. Go look at, yeah, I get it. They played 82. There two things that have baffled me in the sports world is why then, when travel was much more difficult, they could play 82, and why back then, when training and medical stuff was not near to the advancement that it is today, that all those pitchers could throw 25 complete games. And now they start to warm up the bullpen when you reach 25 pitches.
They do. It's ridiculous.
Why is that?
It's a really strong outing, and I'm squinting at the graphic. We're in the fourth inning. He can't even get credit for a win until he completes the fifth.
But you hear that.
Well, I think in the case of the pitching, it's that people are throwing so much harder and they're throwing so much breaking stuff. And there was a day when you were throwing, the fastball was a 91 and the change was at 78, and you had the 83-mile-an-hour curveball, and you painted the corner.
Okay, but even just relatively recently, Randy Johnson wasn't coming out in the fifth.
Yep, yeah, the old-school mentality. A lot of it is mentality and a lot of it is power. Once the GM decides you should come out, then the manager can't really tell him no.
Okay, I get all that,
Yeah.
but what is the scientific reason behind it? I understand all that
All the
stuff.
guys who've wrecked their arm throwing hard-breaking stuff, maybe at too early an age. Maybe their arms, what is happening to these major leaguers? Maybe it's happened, and I don't know. I'm spitballing here.
Across
but maybe
the game?
But hasn't travel ball blown up, though? 14-year-olds, 16-year-olds?
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%.
And they have to win that tournament. It's not about development. It's about winning.
It's literal life or death.
Yeah.
Except it isn't.
So, maybe the damage is being done then.
I know. But still, I scratch my head.
Jake and Ben are coming up next right here on The Zone.
The show is over.
That concludes the presentation portion.
As we say farewell to the show,
Where did the time go? That's it. I worked really hard on this.
we shall meet again, old friend.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Too good at goodbye.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you!
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote, they stuck to the quote, it was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now, it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's Advanced bestwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right, we're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there.
Stock number 75941, subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They're playing basketball. We love that basketball. They're playing basketball. We love that basketball.
Here's Key. Works off a pick to the right side of the floor, flares it to the top to Bailey. Free throw line, hopper for Ace is up and in. Ace Bailey's first shot of the night is up, and it's the Jazz first shot. Reach and steal from Bailey. Ace goes coast to coast, puts it on his right hip, rises up with the right hand and dunks it. Rockets by 7, Bailey with a steal. Loses the dribble, runs it down, stops at the three-point line, lets it fly, tickles the twine. Ace Bailey on the right wing puts 3 more on the board, and Bailey's got 17 to lead the Jazz.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Forgot how much I like this song.
Yeah, you were like, turn lockdown. I want to hear the music. We talked about bumpers all day yesterday.
I like the pick and roll.
Ball nowhere. Yeah, this guy.
basketball. It's back. And the Jake and Ben show, of course, is all over it. How are you, Ben? You've got your NBA on NBC hat on today.
We're back.
You can see that, by the way, on the YouTube or KSL Sports if you want to check out the show visually.
We are the local NBC affiliate. Hoops is back. Got the round ball rock back. Life is good. I'm happy to have basketball back. I really enjoyed just having basketball on last night, even before the Jazz game. Just a good time.
Yeah, the NBA on NBC, there is some nostalgia there.
Big time.
That is for sure. Have we figured out, I can't remember if we did this, have we figured out how many things you have to subscribe to be able to watch the full plethora of NBA that's out there?
ESPN, Peacock, Amazon are the three main distributors. If you want to watch every game, you've also got to have NBA TV.
No. Yeah, I'm saying like everything that would normally be available to you without, the League Pass or whatever. So NBA TV. Oh, okay. NBA TV.
NBA TV comes with, League Pass.
NBA TV, ESPN, Amazon.
And Peacock.
Because
not every game's on NBC that's on Peacock.
And then NBC will show, Sunday games or whatever.
NBC
Are they
will
going
have
back
some
to that?
big games. Then I suspect when it's no longer competing with the NFL, you'll get more, maybe even weekday games on NBC, I believe. But, weekends, primarily, NBC will have basketball games then. Otherwise, it'll be Peacock.
But I don't have to subscribe to the Pegasus one that has Bar Rescue.
I do not think so. You don't have to do Paramount. You don't have to do Shudder. No.
Shudder? I've never even heard of that.
Horror station. It's just scary movies. You don't have to subscribe to that, so that's good. But it's cheap. It's like $9 a month. So if you're a scary movie guy or gal, Shudder's your answer.
I recently acquired a digital antenna, and I had not had one before. I somehow get a Law and Order channel. I don't know where
life is good for Jake.
I don't know where it comes from. I don't know. It can't be an over-the-air thing. I think it's an LG channel, maybe, because I've got an LG TV. I don't know. But I have a Law and Order channel, bro.
In all honesty, the nice thing is, if you have a digital antenna or an antenna, you do have channel 14 and you have channel 16, so you can watch the NBA, you can watch the Jazz, and you can watch the Utah Mammoth.
My wife's out of town for a couple of days. I'm gonna see how many Law and Order episodes that I can sandwich in until she gets back. I just can't handle Ben Stone though. When those old ones with Ben Stone come on,
him.
I just he doesn't do it for me.
Okay.
I'm purely a Sam Waterston guy.
Okay.
And by the way, speaking of Sam Waterston, when we were drafting Redford movies, we totally missed on The Great Gatsby. Neither one of us took The Great Gatsby.
There's not been a good movie version of The Great Gatsby, including Rob's.
I liked Rob's with Sam Waterston. No?
No.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's not good. It's not a good movie.
I like it.
For whatever reason, we can't make that movie. I don't know why.
I didn't like the Baz Luhrmann one, and I thought I was going to like the Baz Luhrmann one. I did not.
Yeah.
But I liked the Bob Redford one.
Okay.
I thought it was good.
Okay.
What are you they betrayed the book or something?
No, I just think it's hard to make for whatever reason. It's a hard movie to make apparently because there's been a few tries at it and they've both been a whiff. I don't know why.
All right.
Not a particularly complex story.
Well, if you need me today, I'll be watching Law and Order. What a show!
Don't call me after the show.
It's on. It's back, right? Isn't there?
Is it back? A new one?
A new version of Law and Order, I think. Speaking of Channel 5.
It's a pretty great formula.
Oh yeah, that Dick Wolf was onto something.
Yep.
I just can't watch SVU. I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Too mean.
I didn't like Criminal Intent really either. I'm pretty focused on
the original. Yep.
That was the best formula. Half hour of cops, half hour of lawyers. You could set your watch to it.
Mm-hmm. Plucked from the headlines.
All right, Ben. The Jazz played last night, their first preseason game. They were not victorious. They lost 140 to 127. But as you heard, Locke's call coming in, the big story, of course, Jazz rookie Ace Bailey, who finished the game with 25 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, shot it well, 11 of 16 from the field, 2 of 5 from 3. But looked really good, Ben. And, of course, our running storyline throughout the entire year is going to be if Ace Bailey could become a star? Can he become famous and be a big success? Well, Kevin Durant of the Houston Rockets weighed in, and we'll use his comments to launch our discussion here.
Dynamic player. I think he's going to be a hell of a player. I love the coaching staff that he's with. I love that he got drafted to Utah. They got a good developmental program over there that I'm looking forward to seeing how he progresses. So I'm expecting a big year from him and a big career from him. And tonight he showed what he could do.
I have had my criticisms about Kevin Durant as
say.
a leader,
person,
as a
player.
little bit underwhelming, I think, based on what his physical tools are, his true skills are. One thing he has never done is he's never been a gatekeeper about players in the league. He has always welcomed new players in the league, young players in the league, veterans in the league. I do think he really loves basketball. He just doesn't love the outsider trying to poke their head in. He likes the insiders, which I don't agree with. But I do like that he has always welcomed in the next class versus somebody like Shaquille O'Neal, who thinks every other big man who's ever existed that came after him, not before him, he loves those guys. But everyone who came after him is the worst basketball player he's ever seen.
Most
Infamously.
Thank you. I would say LeBron did not like Steph Curry for years.
A very long time.
Because he thought Steph jumped the line.
Yes.
That Steph wasn't in the league, proven it long enough to get the shine that he was getting. I think they're over that now.
They're buddies. They played on Team USA together, obviously, yeah.
But that went on for a long time.
Very long time.
So Kevin Durant hasn't really been that.
No, he really is. He opens his arms to the young stars in the league. You remember he did it with Donovan Mitchell. He and Russell Westbrook at half court talking to Donovan about like, hey, what and different games because they weren't on the same team at that point, but talking about like how to make it, what your steps are going to be.
Donovan actually had that with a lot of players his
did.
rookie year, if you remember, because the way he came on the scene, it was kind of a phenom kind of situation, and he got a lot of attention from veterans, which Ace Bailey probably will too, especially if he plays. I mean, if he plays like he did last night consistently, he's going to turn some heads because that could mean he's on his way to becoming a star.
I don't want to pretend that we're not going to play it. I don't want to pretend that you should expect Ace to record 25 and 6 and 3 and 2 and 2 and 1 every single night. Like that was an exceptional performance. That was really a special showing in game 1. And it's preseason, all the things. What was impressive though is how non-fluky so much of it looked. The shots he was making weren't, oh wow, he was 7 of 11 from 3 in his first game. And, it's crazy. Yeah, I guess if he hits every shot, he's going to be really good. It's like, well, he's not going to hit every shot. It was the shots that he took. His first 3 makes probably were 15-footers. It was the curl to start the game, and he kind of had the spinning fadeaway mid-ranger, which he did a lot at Rutgers, but is a tough shot. But then it was like, okay, then he was hitting threes in transition, and he was kind of getting poke-away steals and getting dunks in transition. And then he was attacking the rim in the half court, and it was just like, or cutting and getting easy feeds from his teammates, specifically Yusuf Nurkic, who I thought was really fabulous last night as well. But it just looked replicable. Nothing he was doing seemed like it was something he shouldn't be able to repeat and do over and over at times throughout the season, and that the Jazz shouldn't be able to find ways to get him some of those opportunities. I think that's what's most impressive about last night is how easy he made it look and how much I think the Jazz will be able to mine what he does well.
I'm going to laugh so hard if he turns out to be way better than Con Knippel. Because the Hornets were so scared to pass on a Duke guy, they let an actual dude go to 5. If he pans out, I mean,
Of course, it's one game.
You're right. If he pans out and the Jazz got him because he slid to 5, I mean, it will be one of kind of the, I don't want to say all-time draft coups because there's been several, but man, that's
the strangeness of why he dropped would put it in that conversation.
Because if you look, all the stuff you were talking about with his shots, and if you look at him physically, There's no. What's the scene in Major League where Pedro Serrano's taking BP? He's just cranking him out of the yard, and he's like, "Wow, this guy hits a ton.
Yeah.
How come nobody else picked up on him?"
Yeah.
And they say, "Hey, Eddie, throw him some breaking balls."
Yeah.
And then he goes, he's swinging a miss, and he goes, "Oh." Like, oh, right. That's why. At 5, a lot of times you'll get something like that. Taylor Hendricks.
Yep.
Which we'll talk about him. All the physical components were all there on draft night. He just doesn't have the experience and the skill. So you go, oh, wow, this guy is the size of a house. How come nobody else picked up on him? And then you see him kind of try to do the fundamentals, and then you go, oh, well, that's why we got him at 9?
9.
11.
Yep.
9.
Yeah, 9.
With Ace Bailey, you look at the physical traits, you look at the skill, and you go, how did we get this guy at 5?
Yeah.
And that's pretty amazing.
No, it's
and they weren't scared of it to pass and let him go to wherever. I mean, to just pick the guy, be like, this is the best player, we're picking him. I don't know how we're getting this guy at 5, but he's ours.
You said it on draft night. You said you liked how bold the Jazz were. And not bold as in they made a crazy reach, is that they did what the Charlotte Hornets were afraid to do. And even the Philadelphia 76ers were apparently afraid to do, which was, we haven't seen him. There's kind of this conversation about him at Rutgers, which is he took a lot of bad shots, but if you watch his teammates, you probably understood why he took bad shots. But yes, the physical tools, the shot-making ability, the explosive scoring, the athleticism, everything is there. So the fact that he falls to 5 it had to be fluky, and the fluke had to be he just got totally mismanaged during the pre-draft workout. Because had he visited Philly, he would have been the third pick.
3.
So you're saying if he pans out, we got to build Omar Cooper a statue?
Omar's got to get the statue out front. Yeah, if you're going to do a bronze of anybody next, move over John and Carl.
That man's a genius.
Omar Cooper.
Dropping
him to Utah.
Are we kind of burying the lead on the Kevin Durant thing with what he said about the Jazz and the coaching staff, which I think really stands out? Or he said, I'm glad he went to Utah with that staff.
Let's hear it again.
I love that he got drafted to Utah. He got a good developmental program over there that I'm looking forward to seeing how he progresses.
I do think that is another part of it where, and look, Philly's done a good job. They've developed their young guys really well too. If we're looking at teams above the Jazz who got to draft and how they did. Well, I'm really curious to see how San Antonio develops their guys post Greg Popovich. They've traditionally done pretty well, but they haven't been great really since Kawhi. They've had some wins, and Wemby's obviously a superstar, but we'll see what the rest of their players look like. Charlotte has never developed anyone well. And that might be the death knell for Con Knippel, who I think is actually going to be really good. I watched their preseason game, and I thought he might have been the best player on the floor already for them. He didn't look as good as Ace Bailey did last night, but he looked pretty good. But I don't trust them to develop somebody.
Well, he's not going to have the ball.
Yeah, LaMelo's going to have it the whole time, or Brandon Miller's going to have it the whole time, or Colin Sexton's going to have it the whole time. And, yeah, he's not going to touch it, truthfully.
Yeah, he's going to stand there and watch the non-musical ball play basketball.
There was a strong narrative before the draft when talking about Ace that actually his best case scenario would be Utah because there is no noise. We are quiet. It's easy. Ryan Smith is going to give him every tool to become a superstar if he wants to be without loading him up to do it, not making it artificial. Will Hardy will do the same thing. They want him to be a star. They're not going to force him to be a star day one if he's not ready to do it. I don't think they were going to ask Ace to do more last night than he was capable of. And he just kept taking more and more. Again, another thing that was so impressive about him. But, yeah, it's a good developmental place without a lot of nonsense that will allow him to develop naturally.
I think it's a good sign for Will Hardy. Just because, you are what your record says you are, and his record is not terrific. And I think he's a good coach.
Agreed.
I think we've seen moments in his time with the Jazz where he's really been creative and thoughtful, made adjustments, all the things that go into being a good coach. He seems to communicate well with his players. I think he communicates well with media. I think he is a really good coach. But if you look at his record, you go, oh, what's this guy doing, right? So the fact that the rest of the NBA, or at least Kevin Durant, I suppose, recognizes oh, this guy's a good coach. He's doing a good job. He's a good coach and puts players in the right situation. I think that's a good sign.
I agree. Coaches, I don't think...
Because nobody's ever said that about Charlotte, ever.
Yeah, I don't think Kevin Durant is going to lie about that situation somewhere else. He will compliment it if it's right somewhere else. Boston, Houston right now. Ime Udoka, whatever his weird personal issues were, is an A-plus coach. He's a really stellar coach. He develops his guys well. Historically, San Antonio has done that. There are areas or teams that have developed their guys well, and I'm sure everyone around the NBA recognizes who, especially when you've been around for, what's KD, 18 years now? 19 years? I mean, he's been around forever. I'm sure KD has an ability to recognize where it actually works and where it doesn't work and who's a bozo and who's not. So I'm with you. I think that does mean something coming from Kevin Durant. I wouldn't listen to it from everybody. I do think it matters coming from KD.
Nobody in the NBA universe ever said about a rookie player, wow, I'm so glad he made it to Charlotte.
Yeah.
It's going to be really great for him.
You know what would be good for him? New Orleans.
Yeah,
that's a sentence
that's never been uttered ever.
Right.
Best spot for him is right there with the Hornets.
Yeah.
They have a long track record of success with talented young players.
Again, as much as Omar did Ace a favor potentially by having him drop to 5 to the Jazz, had Omar Cooper gotten his way, Ace would have been playing in either Washington or Brooklyn right now, neither of which are good programs.
Nope.
Bad basketball programs. New Orleans, bad program. Those were all on the table. Charlotte, we're all on the table for Ace. For him to go to Utah could end up being a blessing in disguise. But on the flip side, not just a blessing for Ace, but for the Jazz. I mean, that was the moment Jazz fans have been waiting for since this rebuild started. I think what you saw last night, and again, I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse, is a long ways to go. But as we talked about yesterday, if Ace is going to become a star, become a big success, you shouldn't be waiting until Game 70 to know it. If you're waiting to set Game 70 and you're still digging, well, he had that one play or he had one stretch, it was literally from the opening tip to the end of the game, he was the Jazz's best player, and he got better as the game went on. Hits his first jump shot. He's 1 of 3 in the end of the first quarter. He misses a shot early in the second. I think he hits 9 of 10 to close the game. It's it was a really strong showing. It was really, I think, exactly what you wanted to see.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, it's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for a massive conference showdown against Arizona State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up. And so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right. We're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there.
Stock number 759418, subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Hey, it's Ryan with the Dish Professionals. Are you ready for the best promotion Dish has ever offered? And just in time for football? Sign up today and get Dish's top package free for 3 months, plus the NFL Red Zone free for 6 months, Paramount Plus and Showtime free for 4 months, all with a 2-year price guarantee. There's never been a better time to switch to Dish. Don't let cable, DirecTV, or streaming services raise your bill again. Most of our customers save over $1,000. And now, we're your internet professionals too. With over 6 providers at our fingertips. We'll find you the best options and prices with just one call, starting at $19.99 a month. Call today for free next-day professional installation and dinner at JCW's on us. Call 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474. Call now. Restrictions apply. Offer ends 11/5/25.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 30 update on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Satake giving his thoughts on the Wildcats defense.
Danny, he's done a great job everywhere he's been, and he's from that same lineage of Rocky Long and Bronco Mendenhall and them, so we're very familiar with the defense. He calls a really good game, and they can make things really difficult for any offense, and so we're going to have to be at our best, and offensively we're going to have to protect our quarterback, and we're going to have to try to run the ball on these guys, and we're going to have to make some chunk plays, some big plays, and so hopefully we can build off the momentum that we got this last game, and then taking care of the football is going to be key too, especially against this defense.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come eat with Hans and Scotty, and then JJ and Alex coming up today from noon to 6. Kenny J's at the District.
It's time to break down down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yo, VIP. Let's kick it. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with my brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Flow like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal. Light up a stage and wax a chump like a candle. Dance, caress a speaker that booms. I'm killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom. Deadly, when I play a dope melody. Anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit bullseye, the kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. I've definitely got a nominee for Bozo of the Week.
Okay.
We're going to get to later. And it's fairly on point for me, but still, I think it's got to qualify. All right, let's get to the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Armpits talking about Shador. Did you see that Bailey Zappi is QB2 for the Browns?
He jumped Zap. Zappy jumped him.
It's rough.
Well, Zappy started some games in his career.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's tough.
All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, the Utah Mammoth open their season tonight at Colorado.
Brilliant, Christian. Well done.
I am curious. We're going to talk to Nick Olczyk today. I'm curious to see, do we know if Logan Cooley's playing? He did not play in the preseason after he got hit. And he got checked into the boards, and we didn't see him again. But I haven't seen that he's been ruled out tonight. He's not opening the season on the injury list, so I kind of expect him to play. And then I'll be curious what those first 2 lines look like and who the top 6 are.
Do the Mammoth have a rival yet?
I think it's the Ducks, based on just the games I watched and how much they seemed to hate each other last year, and that the Ducks kind of repeatedly broke up their momentum early in the season, later in the season, kind of handed them some difficult losses. But I don't think so.
Like in the past, we've had like the Rocky Mountain rivalry thing forced down our throats in a variety of sports, right? The soccer RSL, they tried to make that into. Didn't they do a cup around it? The Colorado, yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
like that. And then of course Utah v Colorado was served up as a rivalry for a long time. Does it have to be the Mammoth and the Avalanche?
No, it could be Vegas. It could be Seattle. It could be Chicago. It could be Anaheim. Like all of these teams that some of them they're in division, some of them they're not in division with.
Now, I like Vegas way more than I like Denver.
Okay.
Does that come into play at all?
Your opinion? Not in the slightest.
Well,
no, not even a little bit.
I think that's pretty universal, no? Christian, you're taking Vegas over Denver.
I like Vegas.
Yeah, see?
He likes the Raiders over the Broncos. We had this conversation before the game. Or
No,
before
see,
the show.
he's even a Donks fan and he likes Vegas better.
Yeah.
He's got family in Vegas.
Yeah, he does.
You have a weird thing about Vegas, so your opinion doesn't count. But I
Thank you.
dislike Denver way more than I dislike Vegas.
Logan Cooley's not on the injury report, so that's a very good sign. Again, he played a couple of games in the preseason, got hit pretty hard. So let's see between Keller, Gunther, Cooley, Peterka, Schmaltzy, some of the names they have out there. We'll see who ends up getting a chance to really get out there and play. But I'm excited.
I'm excited for it to start.
I'm really excited to watch the game tonight. And fortunately, the Avs have already played a game. They might be a little bit sharper. We've not seen this team together, though. We have not seen kind of the real face of this, the faces of this team playing together yet.
Who's the Idaho guy who played the arena?
Benny Boone?
Yeah. So yesterday I'm at home, and my 8-year-old comes up to me and she's like, "Dad, Bridget's going to the Benny Boone concert. How come we're not going?" And I said, "I've never even heard of Benny Boone until yesterday."
Should have bought tickets.
I guess. no way you can get tickets now.
Yeah.
But I have not gotten that from my 8-year-old before. That's a first. Like, she wants to go to a concert.
Okay.
Dad.
That's cool.
All my friends are going to Betty
Hey, man,
Boop.
nothing better than going and seeing live music. So that's cool. It's cool she's taking an interest.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, you talked a little bit about it last segment, but watching the Jazz game last night, hard to not get excited about Ace Bailey.
I think in addition, and I don't want to bury the Ace Bailey lead because it was 11 of 16, 9 of his last 10 shots,
Yeah, we
7
talked about
straight overall, was that I thought all of the third-year players looked really good, and that includes Taylor Hendricks, who one of the things you have said that has stuck with me, I think is very astute, is he has a top 3 pick body. And if the skill catches up, he has a chance to be a top 3. Like, he's that quality of player. Now, I'm not trying to pretend he's there, but it was amazing to see how quickly the tools he has became valuable, which is he can really shoot. He's 6'10". He just kind of patrols the floor well. He can defend out on the perimeter. I thought Taylor looked exceptional, especially considering what he's coming off of.
He is huge.
He's huge. Yeah.
He is huge.
Yeah, he is.
And, we'll see how the athleticism goes with he's coming back. That injury was so bad in so many ways. And so we'll see where he's at from an athleticism standpoint. But, man, he is a mountain. So if he pans out, yeah, exactly. He's got an NBA adult frame.
Yeah.
I don't like it when we go like body. It just feels weird.
Okay.
I know you like to admire the male physique. You
Yeah.
talk about it quite a bit,
I
but
do.
I find it a little bit awkward. But he is huge. He is just huge. So I think the potential there is honestly through the roof. And up to him, and he seems to have a pretty good head on his shoulders. You've talked to him more than I have, but he seems to be
he's no nonsense.
Pretty well-adjusted person.
Now, he's very fun. He's an enjoyable person to be around. He's lighthearted.
Yeah, he's not a robot, but he's not a goofball either.
Yeah, he's not out there messing around. He's not letting, outside things get in the way at all. So I think he's got a real chance to make it.
Well, the fact that he came back from that injury not fat guy, I think should tell you a lot.
Or down on his luck guy. It wasn't just like, well, I guess I don't belong here.
Yeah.
I'm an imposter.
Because he could have spent 6 months off his feet playing video games, or he could have spent 6 months off his feet lifting barbells.
And he chose the latter.
I think that's a pretty good sign.
Bryce Sensabaugh continues to shoot the ball exceptionally well. I think it is his best skill. There's no question about that. I'm not, breaking news there. But he might not just be a good shooter. He might be a truly great shooter. 6 of 10 from 3 last night. Some of them off the dribble, some of them spot up, some of them standing in the corner. I think he's going to be a truly elite shooter. And then whatever else he does, great. But the shooting is going to keep him in the NBA for a long time. And having elite shooters is valuable.
The problem is the Jazz can't guard anybody. They cannot guard a chair.
Correct. And it would help if they had Walker out there.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, they can't.
Defense is going to be a real issue.
And they were particularly picked apart last night because Şengün is a great passer. And Amen Thompson's a great cutter, and the Jazz are really susceptible to that, especially without a shot blocker, which is where Ace needs to be good, which is where Taylor needs to be good, which is where Walker coming back needs to be really good, and where Yusuf Nurkic is particularly bad. Yusuf was great last night. Yusuf almost had a triple-double. He had 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. He was awesome, but he cannot defend a chair.
He can't move side to side, and that's the hard part.
He is a mountain, and that's really cool offensively. It's really difficult to work with defensively. He can really pass, sees the game. He's like a borderline basketball savant. Like, you can tell he just really understands angles, spacing, etc., but he does not move his body well.
If you were walking one way on the sidewalk and he was walking the other, you would be the one who would have to move to the side to get out of the way.
No question.
Because he is not capable of moving sideways. He would have to turn his whole body and take a forward step.
Correct.
Does that make any sense?
Yes.
He'd have to turn his body, what is that, 45 degrees?
Yep.
And
90.
then take a forward step.
Yeah, 90 degrees. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, it would be 90. You're right. Sorry.
Bowler, I think, even mentioned it last night. He said he was 290. Like, he's a mountain of a person.
Well, if you've seen his father.
Yeah, right.
His father is big and strong and mean enough to beat up 14 people
And maybe it's only 270, but like
take them all to jail.
You're talking about one of the 4 or 5 heaviest players in the NBA, and not because he looks out of shape, but just because he's
huge.
He's a truly enormous person. Keontae George also I thought was quiet and good last night, and quiet from Keontae might be the key.
Hey, 16-9. We'll keep him in the starting lineup.
0 turnovers, most importantly.
Yeah. Still can't guard.
He's not guarding a whole lot, nor was anybody on the Jazz again. But Keontae just doesn't need to force it. He just does not need to put himself in the middle of the action. I think he's good enough to find a role in the NBA by letting the game come to him, and that might have been the first time I ever saw him really let the game come to him. He did not say, well, it's been 3 possessions and I haven't shot. What do I do? What am I doing wrong? It's like, nothing. You're doing everything exactly right. So I thought that was very promising from Keontae as well.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, Big 12 availability reports are out. Jack Kelly doubtful for Arizona. Isaiah Glasker probable.
I'm going to admit they've tricked me. For the first time, I Twitter searched today injury report BYU. I wanted to see what the update was. Again, I think these are all made up. I think you can fake them however you want. We saw Utah do it with Devin Dampier. The Big 12 didn't like it. Who cares? What are you going to do about it? If Jack Kelly ends up playing on Saturday, what did this mean? Nothing?
Nothing.
Zilch?
Correct.
And if he doesn't play, then you'll say, well, yeah, he was listed as questionable or doubtful, but Arizona's got to prepare for him at least a little bit. Like, if he's out there, he's going to be really good, so we're going to have to waste a few reps pretending he is going to be out there.
You're right, Ben. These injury reports are dumb. Why did you Google it?
But they tricked me because I wanted to see what they listed Jack Kelly as because I'm an idiot person. But I wanted to know whether or not he was on the injury report and where Isaiah Glasker was. And Glasker's probable and Jack Kelly's doubtful. But it doesn't mean anything because if that changes in the next 24 hours, 48 hours, Glasker may not play and Kelly might. If I had to guess based on what we saw last week on Saturday, Glasker will play, Kelly won't. But I determined that last Friday. I didn't need Thursday's update to understand that, and that's why they're worthless.
Man, we really missed out yesterday. We really did.
On?
So we were doing What You Got Wednesday, and we drafted wastes of time in sports.
Injury reports.
Big 12 injury reports should have been drafted. I can't believe we've wasted this much time talking about it.
45 seconds?
Yeah, 45 seconds. That's 45 seconds too many.
Yeah. Considering how expensive this show is, yeah, 45 seconds is a lot.
A player could be missing a leg at Utah, and they would still stand up and be like, we could get it sewn on by Friday, maybe.
The point, and this was pre-injury report, but they said you can't talk about injuries, and then they rolled Zach Moss out there in a cast.
I was there.
And got mad at anyone who talked about him being in a cast. It's like, you can't put him in front of the media.
I was there.
And say you can't ask about the huge cast on his arm, which was not there last week after he clearly suffered a broken arm in the game or in practice, whatever the report came out of. And then he's all bandaged up, and they say, you're not seeing what you're seeing.
I was there. And bless Dana Green. And Dana told me that he didn't hear them because they got us all together and they're like, listen, we don't talk about injuries. We don't. Yeah. We're not going to do it. And then 5 minutes later, here comes Zach Moss in a dang cast. And Dana says he wasn't present for the whatever. But Dana looked right at Zach and he's like, what's up with the cast? Who was it? Utah had a running back before the BYU-Utah game, and the running back was obviously not going to play. Who was it? Was injured, and they wheeled him out in a perfectly clean uniform right after practice and had him do an interview to Wrong Foot BYU. It's just, sorry, I've wasted even more time. Apologies. What's up with the cast?
But it is a big deal. I do think that that's the key to BYU's defense is how good that linebacking core is and has been. I think it's probably their 2 best players on the defensive side of the ball, Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasker. So if you miss one of them, it's obviously going to be an impingement on the team.
Yeah, but they haven't been the only players on the defense either.
Nope, they haven't.
The D-line's been good, and we talked about the corners yesterday, so we'll see.
And this is not exactly Devin Lloyd, and I don't mean it's because maybe Jack Kelly can't be that good. I mean, Devin Lloyd's turned into one of the best linebackers in the NFL, but the nice thing is it's not the only guy. You also have Isaiah Glasker back there, so if Jack Kelly can't go, I still think BYU is a better team than Arizona.
All right, stay tuned. I've got a nominee for Bozo of the Week coming up next. Nick Olchek is going to be on with us at 11 o'clock, and Jordan Ham, who covers Arizona State for Sports 360 AZ, will be on with us at 11:30. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies make the long road trip to the islands as they square off against Hawaii. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday night at 9 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app.
Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, man. All right. It's time for your Ute at 50 update. Here's Devin Dampier working on his chemistry with Tobias Merriweather.
Just continue to talk to him. You know, I let him know that, I'm still looking for you. You're a heck of a player. He's doing a great job carrying himself. He knows the ball's going to find him at some point, and, I'm happy the way he's carrying himself.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Come eat with Hans and Scotty, and then JJ and Alex today from noon to 6 at Kenny J's at the District.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head to Tucson for a battle against the Arizona Wildcats. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Go hang out with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today, beginning at 12, right after our show, through 6. Kenny J's is the District.
If Salazar is listening and wondering, why did Ben do that read? It's because I refused.
Yeah.
Absolutely refused.
Not because we don't love the food.
No, Kenny J's is great.
Kenny J's.
I'd go there for lunch. I should go there for lunch.
Brother Lincoln.
Jake is just speechless.
Yeah.
No, I'm just having a workplace feud with our producer.
Yeah.
And I'm just alerting Lloyd that
this is a personal issue with Christian
personally.
Yeah.
No, this is a personal matter. It's personal.
All right. Here's my nominee for Bozo of the Week. And it might be predictably, but I do have a reason for nominating this person. All right. There is a twist that makes this truly Bozo behavior.
Okay.
One, Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Old Bill on a bye week for North Carolina. So earlier in the week, Ben, and this we actually did not talk about.
Mm-hmm.
WRAL News in North Carolina did, let's see, what's this guy's name? Pat Welter, old Patrick, did a long, and I mean long and very thorough expose as to the disaster at North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And it is extremely well sourced if you read it and if you kind of know news reporting and what it's like. This writer is getting all of this stuff from all over the place.
Yeah.
He's got administrators, he's got coaching staff, he's got players' parents, he's got boosters, he's got it is an extraordinarily well sourced story. Basically saying that the culture is broken. There's infighting. He talked about how
parents are blaming Bill.
There's a divide on the team between the transfers who are getting money and the players who were there originally who didn't have money. I mean, it lays it out in detail that it's not going well, and that Bill is doing a particularly poor job. Then yesterday, Ben, Ollie Connolly tweets out a number of different things reporting, and this guy is some blogger. Says members of Belichick's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expected to be in the college football playoff about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, "The Rats are leaving the ship," unquote. Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks. Reports of serious recruiting violations remain under investigation at UNC. Recruiting and practice violations have already been proven by the school, according to multiple sources. Using recruit violations to knock down a coach's buyout has become a standard practice. If Belichick cannot find a landing spot to trigger his own buyout, he's expected to accept a greatly reduced compromised rate. Belichick's communication with his staff in the past 2 weeks has been described as weird and distant by multiple members of UNC's coaching staff. Multiple coaches are unable to get a hold of him during UNC's bye week. All right? Now, there are two other seemingly more minor pieces of news yesterday involving Bill. One, it came out that he would be willing to exercise his own buyout if North Carolina were to find him a landing spot with another coaching job or in the media.
In broadcasting.
And then this one is what I think is the true bozo behavior.
Okay.
All right? This guy who originally reported, the WRAL guy, reported that he was, I'll read it. Continuing to reach out to sources about what's going on inside Belichick program. Some now are feeling reluctant to share new information as internally the Belichick staff is trying to find the leak. But between WRAL and national sports reports, the leak is far from a few people, unquote. So the adult novelty heiress has life falling apart around her.
Mm-hmm.
Plugging a leak is not your problem. You know, it's so funny to me where people get bent out of shape about the messenger or whatever. Why don't you fix your program, you moron?
Yeah.
Why are you trying to plug a leak? Obviously, if you took 2 seconds to read the news, you don't have one leak. You've got 50, and it's a college football program that has hundreds of people around it. Find me this leaker.
Yeah.
Hey, how about coach your team? How about figure it out how to win some ball games? Find me the This is true bozo behavior. It's like you have no idea what is going on. You're just upset that somebody told on you? What's the matter with you?
He's sitting in the
True
middle of a
bozo.
fire. This is maybe a bad metaphor because of what's happening in our society right now and the arrest yesterday. But he's sitting in the middle of a fire trying to find an enemy. No, man, the building's on fire.
Yeah, no,
you got to put out the fire. There's not one person responsible for this. You're the enemy, Bill. You're the bad guy here. You're the one who started this fire. Now you're trying to find somebody to pin it on and blame them, thinking that will, rally everybody in your favor. No, this is started with Bill. It's been accelerated by Bill, and it's only going to start to get better as soon as Bill's gone.
See, I don't think he's trying to pin anything on anyone. I think he's saying, how dare you tell him? How dare you let our business out there because there's nothing wrong. It's you who is the problem, which is the crazy thing.
That's the person he's trying to find. He's trying to say that that's the problem. It's not the problem. The person talking is not the problem. Bill's the problem.
Are you being charged with a crime that someone else noticed? It's just funny to me that the reaction is...
Is he going to make it to November?
No, he's not going to make it 2 weeks. That was the interesting stuff that came out yesterday was North Carolina has already found the stuff to fire him. They've already identified recruiting violations and practice violations. And here, let me just let you in on this. That happens everywhere.
It does.
So if they find it, it's because they wanted to find it. So they're laying grounds exactly to pay him out at a fraction of what he's owed.
Rest of their games at Cal. Again, this comes after the bye week. At Cal, against Virginia, at Syracuse, against Stanford, at Wake, against Duke, at NC State. They will go winless. I guess they would have a chance maybe to beat Stanford, but I would pick them to lose their next 7 straight if Bill's the guy, which would be 9 straight to close the season. They'd finish 2-10.
What an embarrassing downfall for him.
True disaster.
Again, I think he likes it. I think that's his thing.
Record it.
The public humiliation.
Put it out there.
Yeah, his boring, successful life didn't do it for him. All right, stay tuned. Our friend Nick Olchek, we're super excited to talk to him. Coming up next, we'll talk some Mammoth hockey. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Man, do I love fall in Utah, Ben. We were talking about it yesterday when we were walking out of the building. It does not get much better than the weather right now, and it's beautiful in the colors. How can you bring that outdoors in or maximize your Utah experience? Peach Doors and Windows want to be there for you.
I'm with you, but what you don't want is to wake up and have your house be 60 degrees in the morning at 7 or 8 a.m. and then 80 degrees in the afternoon and say, why can't I regulate this? If you're feeling that, it's probably not an AC issue or a heater issue. It might be your windows and your doors that are letting all the cold air or hot air in. And you can replace that at Peach Doors and Windows, and you don't have to take our word for it. Check out their 5-star reviews on Google. There's hundreds of them because they have dealt with so many customers locally and provided exactly what they've been looking for.
You can Google it for yourself, or you can go to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call them, do a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, or simply go by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Build monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Shot from distance, scores! Lawson Krause trickles one into the back of the net. One-timer, Gunther tipped in, and they score! Dylan Gunther setting up shop in his office. Back up to Sergachev, who shoots. Stick save, where is it? It's in the back of the net. Mammoth score!
You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. ¡Eh! ¡Pule, pule! ¡Watch it now, watch it! Bien, John, bien, John!
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Want to remind you can join Hanson Scotty coming up tomorrow at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Ben, speaking of a good-looking exterior, joining us now, he's part of the broadcast crew. He does a little bit of everything for the Utah Mammoth, and he's nice enough to jump on with us during the NHL season. He's our buddy Nick Olchek. What's going on, Nick?
What's up, Nick?
Nice enough to jump on. I mean, this is an honor. This is an absolute honor to be back with you guys. I'm glad I didn't wear out my welcome. I even earned a compliment there off the top. So thank you, boys. It is unbelievable to be back. The expectations, which I'm sure we'll get into heading in this year for the Mammoth, are exciting. And I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough golf to last me a while, and I'm ready to get back watching some guys swing some carbon fiber sticks at some 3-inch black rubber things around an ice sheet.
Yeah, before we look forward to tonight and beyond, let's look back at the offseason and what you thought the Utah Mammoth were able to accomplish with J.J. Peterka. I know the draft isn't really going to yield players coming in and playing this year, but what did you think of the offseason in general and some of the free agent additions?
Yeah, I think the offseason really marked and put a stake in the ground as where this team is at. And that is they're ready to push for the playoffs. General Manager Bill Armstrong had come out and said that once we got going here for the start of the year that he thinks this team is good enough to make the playoffs. And so, last year's expectation was to be playing meaningful and competitive games towards the end of the season, which is exactly what the Mammoth did, formerly known as the Utah Hockey Club last year. And they missed the playoffs by just 7 points. It was a season that, aside from just the National Hockey League being in Utah for the first time, really captured a lot of the imaginations of both the great hardcore hockey fan base that's here in Utah, as well as the new fans. And we love both groups. But this year it's different. And I think when you talk about the off-season's additions, that points to this team being ready to make that next step and quote-unquote get over the hump. You go out and you get a guy like J.J. Peterka, who is a 23-year-old stud. At that age, had 68 points last season, 27 of those being goals. 18 of those 68 points on the power play, so he's going to help out immensely on the man advantage. And you talk about depth scoring, like that's what you need, because sometimes it's going to be a night of tough sledding for the likes of Gunther or Cooley or Keller, and maybe the puck just isn't going to bounce their way. Now, it's not going to happen as many nights as it as it does, but this is where you need depth scoring, and you look at the best teams in the National Hockey League. They don't only have one line that can contribute offensively. They've got 2 or 3 lines that can come through, and you know that you can count on them no matter what. So J.J. Peterka is going to fit in beautifully. Hopefully he can be able to play on a line. At least we got a good look at it in camp when everybody was healthy for a short stint with Dylan Gunther and Logan Cooley, and that's not just a young line, but a line that plays with a ton of speed, and they're creative, and they want to make plays. But also defensively reliable and responsible. You also go out and get some Stanley Cup pedigree and experience with a guy like Nate Schmidt, who not only knows how to run a power play, but is going to bring such an infectious energy into this team. A terrific guy in the locker room, a great guy in the media. He'll quickly become a fan favorite. And speaking of fan favorites, you get a guy that's going to help out the penalty kill massively. He's going to be physical. He's going to try to run guys into the 3rd or 4th row of Delta Center, that being Brandon Tanev. So I just think these are moves that you make when you are trying to get over the hump and when you're trying to really be a competitive team, not just this year, but for the next few years. And I think that's what all the moves in the offseason, along with the young guys that are known to this team and this fan base that are still looking to make a jump as well, I think you look at all of that, you put it all into a soup, and that's a soup that's ready to be eaten and looking like you're ready to push for the playoffs.
So what do you think the strength of the team is going to be this year? What do you think the identity will be?
Well, the identity from day one has been to play fast, and I really don't think, guys, I don't think that the identity is going to change all that much from what it was last year because, when the team was playing at their best, okay, let's break down, forwards-wise. They're forechecking quickly. They're getting on the opposition. If they got to dump the puck in and the defenders don't give them enough time or space to enter the zone with the puck, they're dumping it in and they're going after it. And they've got a guy like a Jack McBain who had just 9 hits shy of 300 last year, who's going to go and bang the body and keep the defenseman honest. And then when you get to the 3rd period, because they've been crashing and banging all night, they're going to go back a little bit more hesitantly for the puck, and then maybe the Utah Mammoth players are the one that they're going to be able to get to at first. So I think a heavy focus on the forecheck, but also for the forwards playing fast, and it's not just skating around quickly. It's moving the puck, moving yourself, giving goes, because when you enhance the skill level and you bring in a guy like a J.J. Peterka and Cooley and Gunther only getting better, and Keller and Schmaltz and Hayton. When you play fast, there's really not much defense for speed other than speed. And when everybody's playing quickly, it's hard to play against that because you're constantly playing catch-up unless you're in the right spot ahead of time. So I think for the forward group, playing quick, getting on the forecheck, but also the depth. And when you got your top 2 lines that are relied upon to score and your 3rd line's chipping in and your 4th line's creating energy and bringing positive shifts, that's what a good hockey team is in the National Hockey League, and a team that is going to be consistently poised to try and make a playoff run this season. Now, defensively, this is as deep as the D-core has ever been. And a guy that I'm sure we'll get into, but Dmitry Simashev has made this team a high draft pick a couple of years ago by this organization. There was a lot of conversation. Is he going to make it? Is he not going to make it? The reality is it wasn't a matter of if, but when. And he impressed through rookie camp, development camp, main camp. It's been a long summer for Dmitry Simashev, but a guy that played over 130 games of professional hockey over in the KHL in Russia, won their version of the Stanley Cup last season, a teammate with Danil Boot, who's going to start in Tucson in the American Hockey League this year. Like, this kid is the real deal. He plays tough. He can skate like most 6'4" human beings cannot. And his anticipation of the game, of being in the right spot before he has to be there, usually gives him the upper hand in more one-on-one battles than not. So defensively, it is the depth. And if we remember, guys, the start of last year, John Marino was not available. Sean Dursey got hurt, and he was out for 52 games. He got hurt in Game 4. This roster was not completely healthy until after the Four Nations face-off break in February. So you're starting mostly healthy. Alexander Kerfoot and Liam O'Brien are still battling back from injury, but mostly healthy, which is a very positive thing. So the identity, play quick, use their body in terms of the physicality. Not going to be the most physical team in the league, but in terms of speed, and do everything they can to use the great depth that has been acquired by General Manager Bill Armstrong and his staff to try and make sure that they are as competitive as possible in every game.
Nick Krell-Vejmelka was one of the biggest surprise and most pleasant surprises on the team last year. I'm curious, as again, I'm still just trying to learn the game and how it works. How safe is it to expect goalies to repeat, the success they had year to year? Is it common to have large fluctuation, or is it safe to say, hey, this is what he was last year, probably should be similar this season?
I think that you could very well expect something similar. The system in front of them is going to be very similar. And I'll tell you what, the thing with Krell-Vejmelka and most goalies in the National Hockey League, they're some of the most selfless people wanting to deflect praise. There were times where Krell-Vejmelka would have a great performance last year, or he'd get a shutout, or he had that 50-save win against Carolina last season, which really was the coming out party for him and kind of the birthright of the veggie chants around Delta Center. The system in front of a goaltender is so crucial because when a goalie makes a save and the puck squirts out front, does the goalie always have to worry about having to make that second save, the third save, and that's taxing. When that happens early in the first period and then it happens in the second and it happens in the third, that's taxing on a goaltender. So, I think that the system in front of Krell-Vejmelka hasn't changed. The personnel in front of him, the defenders, have only gotten better. You re-sign Nick DeSimone. Oli Mata is still back there. Mikhail Sergeyev's going to be here for a long, long time. We talked about Dmitry Simashev, as well as the forwards, the centermen who are counted on to help out down low in the corners and the net front. So I think the people in front of Krell-Vejmelka have only gotten better. The system, and they're only going to get more comfortable within the system. So that's where I think it starts. And for Karel, the one thing aside from just great performances last year, and you'll hear me, and our great fans hear me talk about it all the time. Like the one thing you can ask of your goalie, the one thing as a team, is you ask your goaltender, just give us a chance. Just give us a chance. We can't ask you to get a shutout every night. We can't ask you to make 57 saves and only give up 1 or 2 goals. There has to be give and take, but you got to give us a chance. And to me, Krell-Vejmelka gave his team a chance to win on more nights than not. He was able to make key saves at key times. That's maybe when you're killing off a 5-on-3 penalty kill, when you're up by 1 at the halfway point of the hockey game. Like that's a big juncture, and there were times where he was able to do that last year. But also, there are some goalies in the National Hockey League that they're prone to giving up the bad goal, the shot from way outside with no screen, just a goal that a goalie needs to stop, and it needs to be a save. And that is such a deflating moment for a team. When you're pushing, you've got some momentum, and then your goalie gives up a goal that he just has to have, and then it's just like, oh, here we go again, another obstacle to climb. He really didn't have any of those moments last year. So I just think the confidence of the group in Krell-Vejmelka, as well as the confidence in himself, where he started over 20 games in a row towards the end of the season, which is something that's unheard of that happens now. I think he really has cemented himself as the guy in the crease. And to back him up this year, unfortunately, Connor Ingram has moved on, and we certainly wish him the best. He had a really battle of a season last year, and talk about a fan favorite, a guy that really made a wonderful and inspirational impact on a lot of us, and we wish him the very best. He's going to get a great chance to play over in Edmonton. But Vitek Vanacek, who was with the Florida Panthers last year, won a Stanley Cup with them, he's going to be backing up Krell-Vejmelka this year, and no goalie plays all 82 games. You have to have a split. And Vitek Vanacek is going to play a big role on this team this season. They're both from Czechia. They both have experience having played together on multiple national championship teams and national teams growing up, so that could only help. But for Veggie, yeah, you could very well expect a similar season this year because of the system in front of him playing well, as well as the confidence that he not only earned but deserved throughout his great year last year.
I have not been able to get over to the building quite yet. Ben, you've been over there, right? Have you been over there, Nick? What do you think? What do you think about what they did? Pretty cool?
It's unbelievable, guys. It is. And look, I think there may be people out there that saying, of course he's going to say that. They cut his check 2 times a month, of course. But I'm being honest. I have been so blessed to be in all 32 barns around the National Hockey League. And the position that I have for home games between the benches, I've got my headset where I've got positioned with one of the headphones on my ear, the other one kind of tucked up behind so I can hear the surroundings and whatnot. And there are times where I got to kind of plug my ear because of the noise in the building. With regard to the renovations, the other day I thought when I was down between the benches, I'm like, geez, I feel a little taller. Like I'm right at 6 foot. I'm like, I kind of feel even taller. And then I'm like, oh, wait, that's because they raised the arena floor by 2 feet. And I was like, oh, okay. But that's to help improve the sight lines for fans. And what they have done to the end zones in the lower bowl with the 3-way moving riser systems, it's special to make sure that fans in the lower bowl for this season have unobstructed views for basketball and of course for hockey. And in the next 2 years, they're going to continue that same process for the end zones of the upper bowls. But, look, I mean, these guys are just it's amazing what Smith Entertainment Group has done, and it starts with Ryan and Ashley and, Chris Armstrong, the president of hockey operations, and Pat Murphy and Stan Wilson and Jim Olson. Like, everybody has had to have their hands in on this, and there is nothing truly, and I say this with complete certainty, there is nothing that Smith Entertainment can't do, no matter the timetable, because it has been incredible what they've done at Delta Center to improve capacity by over 1,000 seats in the lower bowl this season, but also what they've done at the shops at Southtown with the Mammoth practice facility. It's really been incredible, guys, and there's no excuses now. These guys have everything they need, and just so great to see as well the fan experience getting taken to yet another level.
Nick, it is always a pleasure to have you on the show. We're all excited the season is back, and it's been great talking with you, man. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the game.
The pleasure is always mine, boys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Nick. That's our guy, Nick Olczyk. He's like the toughest guy that comes on the show regularly.
Didn't ask about Clayton Keller, who's the best player on the team, and did not ask about Dylan Gunther, who I thought had a really good preseason as well. So I'm excited to watch this game tonight. I'm excited to see how they look in year 2.
All right, coming up right around the corner, we're going to talk to Jordan Ham. He covers Arizona State for Sports 360 AZ. We'll ask him what's going on with the Devils. That's next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. BYU is back on the road as they head south to Tucson for a key Big 12 battle against the Arizona Wildcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right, we're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there.
Stock number 75941, subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey, it's Ryan with the Dish Professionals. Are you ready for the best promotion Dish has ever offered? And just in time for football? Sign up today and get Dish's top package free for 3 months, plus the NFL Red Zone free for 6 months, Paramount Plus and Showtime free for 4 months, all with a 2-year price guarantee. There's never been a better time to switch to Dish. Don't let cable, DirecTV, or streaming services raise your bill again. Most of our customers save over $1,000. And now, we're your internet professionals too. With over a half a dozen providers at our fingertips, we'll find you the best options and prices with just one call, starting at $19.99 a month. Call today for free next-day professional installation and dinner at JCW's on us. Call 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474. Call now. Restrictions apply. Offer ends 11/5/25.
Be the first in line for the future of Utah Mammoth hockey. Place your Mammoth deposit today and lock in priority access to tickets, merch, and more. Don't wait. The new Ice Age is here, and seats are going fast. Make your deposit now at UtahMammoth.com. Secure your spot and get ready for a season full of excitement, intensity, and unforgettable moments. Visit UtahMammoth.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake on the penalties and the lack of discipline.
Yeah, we'll work on those. I mean, that's uncharacteristic of our offense and of our team. And so my job as a head coach is to make sure that we're way more disciplined than that and that we don't make mistakes. And it's also finding ways to allow them to work on being more disciplined and maybe offensively trying to change things up so we're not always sitting on the ball for so long. I mean, there's a lot of things that we could do to help it, be a little bit more disciplined, practice different looks, and whatever happened in the game, let's simulate that type of environment and that type of play, maybe that type of pressure on all our guys and see if we can respond better next time.
BYU at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, your luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Go hang out with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today, 30 minutes from now, noon to 6 at Kenny J's at the District.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes are back at home for a showdown against Arizona State. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's now time, Ben, to talk some Arizona State Sun Devil football. Joining the show now, he covers Arizona State for Sports 360 AZ. He is Jordan Ham with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Jordan?
Hey, Jordan.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Jordan, what's been the story for Arizona State through the first 5 weeks of the season leading up to this game against Utah?
Yeah, I think it was a team that obviously came in with a lot of expectation coming off their Big 12 championship. And it was kind of weighing, what does this new team kind of look like and that sort of thing. And I think there were a couple growing pains. They dropped a game at Mississippi State, very tough environment. And even in some of their wins, it just kind of felt like, especially on the offensive side, things weren't quite clicking as maybe some expected. But it feels like over the past couple weeks, they've really been able to come on strong, especially once they open up Big 12 play. You get a win on the road at a tough Baylor, and then you get a Friday night win against TCU, and then you have the bye, and now a massive game against Utah, and they're entering a pretty tough stretch of their schedule where there are, a lot of those top teams in the Big 12 they're going to be playing here in the next month or so.
How much of the offensive clunkiness is related to, and I know this is obvious take time, but related to the absence of Cam Scattaboo?
I think actually where they've been pretty good has still been the run game. I think where they miss Cam Scattaboo is he just brought an edge to that team and just kind of brought when you're inside the 5 and you need to get the ball in the end zone, you knew where it was going. And I think you can also say that about their center, Lee Fatanu, from last year, who was a very important leader on this team. But in terms of them, not having the running game doesn't quite have the same punch that it did, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Raleek Brown's been very, very good for them. I think it's more just trying to cater your style now to the personnel that you have, and they have had some injuries in the wide receiver room, so I think that kind of played a little bit of a role, and it's just kind of figuring out, you have this elite wide receiver in Jordan Tyson, but you don't want to be, hey, everybody knows Jordan Tyson's getting the ball 20 times and nobody else is getting targets. So how do you divvy that up while also making sure that your projected first-round wide receiver is getting everything he needs to help move the chains?
Jordan, statistically, Arizona State's been very good against the run this year, but there are some questions whether or not TCU or Baylor wants to run the ball, and the teams they played before that are not necessarily the most exciting. So do you believe in their run defense and the success they've had so far this season?
I do, because they were very good against the run last year, and a good chunk of that front 7 has returned. They really didn't bring in many new guys in those two groups, the defensive line and the linebackers. And that's really, it feels like it all starts there with defensive coordinator Brian Ward. If you can slow down the run, even make it pretty stagnant, then the passing defense can also play at a very high level. So that's been something that's been a staple of these defenses the past couple of years. And now you're just seeing kind of almost a level up, because so many of these guys are now in the second year of that system, that they're even able to be, that much more effective.
I'll be honest, from afar, I really like Kenny Dillingham and watching his act down there at Arizona State. And I know we actually, our morning show host is a Sun Devil, believe it or not. So the Sun Devils come up more than you'd think here in Salt Lake. And I think Dillingham has been a great fit. I saw him throwing around the water bottles, getting everybody used to the wet footballs, I guess. My question is, for somebody who covers him closely, why has he worked so well in Tempe so far?
I think he's just been really authentic and really honest. And, the previous coaching staff and leaders of the athletic department, it was in a rough place with the sanctions and, the team struggling on the field. And it just kind of felt like it was over and over just coach speak. And you can tell that he really cares. And, he grew up here. Actually, I went to the same high school as him. His wife was my lab partner senior year of high school. So it's just funny, that crossover now that's happening so many years later. But he brought in, there were a couple coaches who had local ties on the team when he came in, and he kept a couple of them. And then he brought some really good prep level high school coaches, into new roles, and they're starting to really thrive. So you can see the authenticity when it's like, hey, I've seen ASU be this quote-unquote sleeping giant for 35 years now. Like, how can we get it over the hump, and how can we make sure it's not a flash in the pan and it's a sustainable thing where every year, this is the place to be on Saturdays. So I think he really acknowledges that he kind of goes to the beat of his own drummer, and he's, can be a little, goofy at times, and he just fully embraces that, and he encourages his guys to embrace that as well. So I think that's really resonated with Arizona and, this Tempe market especially.
What do you think the optimism is or perspective is for Arizona State's chances against Utah? Because I get the sense from Utah fans still that there's some uncertainty about exactly how high level this team is.
Yeah, I think the same can be said for Arizona State. I think they know the thing is they're always going to play their butts off. They're always going to, they have the talent to go out and win. And, you can look at a lot of these past games that they have where they won. They weren't playing their best football. So they feel like if they can really continue to put it together, they can rattle off some wins. Now, going into Rice-Eccles, I've been there a couple of times. It is such a tough environment. And, Kenny Dillingham is not shy about giving his reverence to Kyle Whittingham and, what he's accomplished and, in terms of building that program and building an identity, but also being able to adapt and, kind of revamp this offense with Devin Dampier leading the way. So I think there is a feeling around the ASU faithful and the media that's covering it, like, okay, this is going to be probably a pretty good game. But, it's kind of a coin flip depending on who you ask, whether it's going to be, an ASU is going to get out of there with a win or it's going to be like a really close loss.
How's Sam Levitt playing? I guess we all expected him to take a step forward and potentially be all conference. Is he on that path?
Yeah, he did have a little bit of a rough start, especially against Mississippi State. And if you look back last year, by far his worst game was against Mississippi State. So I don't know if they just, have his number or what it is, but he's really bounced back nicely. And he actually talked this week about, maybe all this Heisman talk, Heisman dark horse and all conference and all these accolades in the offseason. Maybe he let that get to his head a little bit or, be focusing on the incorrect things. But the past few weeks, he's really been able to ground himself. And, what I have been very encouraged by the way he plays is, the way he can even run the ball. I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough, that he can make some plays with his legs, whether it's extending plays. Against Texas State, he almost threw it like it was like a Derek Jeter backhand where he kind of left his feet and delivered a perfect pass to Jordan Tyson for a touchdown. So he's one of those guys that when there's a big moment, he does not blink. He doesn't, step away from it by any means. But I feel like he's really starting to put that stride together. And that was something we also saw last year where it was about the midpoint of the season and he rattled off a stretch where it was something like he had like 16 touchdown passes and 2 interceptions in that stretch. And that's really when they started stacking wins. So I'm seeing a similar kind of trajectory for him where, non-con, he's trying to figure some things out, but he's really stepped up nicely and taken care of the football the past couple games.
I know you cover Arizona as well, or you've covered Arizona as well. My question is, where do you think there's more optimism? Is that Arizona can beat BYU at home or that Arizona State can go on the road and win at Utah?
I feel like Arizona fans, with just kind of the whiplash they got last year of they came in with very high expectations last year and, it just did not work. That is a discussion probably for a whole other segment of why maybe things didn't quite click. But I think they're looking around being kind of like cautiously optimistic. But I think this game is going to be a great barometer of where U of A is in the Big 12. Their first real test was on the road against Iowa State, and Iowa State won that pretty comfortably. So I think that a home game obviously is very different for Arizona, and I think they're kind of just we're gonna wait and see where Arizona State. I think they know with their stretch coming up. They have Utah, they have Texas Tech, Iowa State in a few weeks. You have Houston. It's one of those where you need to at least split or go 3-1 if you even want to be talking about the Big 12. So I think they're very focused on the task at hand. So I'd say there's a little bit more optimism knowing what a tall task it is to go into Rice-Eccles and get a win, especially at a night game. I think there is some optimism of like, hey, if we can get this game here, then all of a sudden the ball can really get rolling against a couple other really big opponents coming up.
Jordan, we appreciate you and all of your fine work. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Great stuff, Jordan.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
That is Jordan Ham, covers Arizona State for Sports 360 AZ. Good question by you, Ben, because we talked a lot about Arizona State's defense yesterday and whether or not it's legitimate. And Jordan seems to think so. They're stout against the run.
Yeah, and one thing we did not talk about is, when you have a group returning from last season, they were good last season, they're probably going to be good this season. So if you see that pattern starting to emerge, which clearly has been the case, that's a very good sign. That's a very good thing for Arizona State. So, again, I think Utah's in for a really tough game here.
That's the whole key to the game to me.
If they can run the ball?
If Utah can run the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably going to be the key for most Utah games the rest of the way.
I'm not claiming I'm discovering anything that is difficult to see. But if Arizona State's really good against the run, like Texas Tech was, and Utah can't make them pay, then it can be a long night.
I don't think Utah is keeping a 300-yard passing game from Devin Dampier in their back pocket for the right.
I don't either.
If they could do it, they would have done it at this point. And
certainly
again,
against Texas Tech.
I don't think Devin Dampier is a bad passer necessarily. Like, there are guys who truly can't throw the ball. I don't think that qualifies for Devin Dampier, but clearly they do not have a good deep threat. They do not have the chemistry to make some of those deep throws. Their best stuff is to the tight ends or running backs for the most part right now, or Ryan Davis, but it's not all that dynamic of a passing game.
No, it is not.
So yeah, you're going to have to run the ball. You have to figure out a way to get Wayshawn Parker going, and Devin Dampier's going to have to move the ball with his legs, and Yakiri Rogers is going to have to move the ball.
Especially if it's raining.
Yeah, that's going to be a major key. So this would be a good win. Utah beats Arizona State. I think that's a very good win.
All right, we wrap up the show. Coming up next, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for a massive conference showdown against Arizona State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to Provo Town Center for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. The used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV, Provo Town Center, 1200 Town Center Boulevard, Provo. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful...
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1.
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Smith Snowden on the team coming out of the bye week.
This week of practice has been great. It was nice to kind of get our legs back underneath ourselves. With the bye week, we still were working hard last week, but Coach really looked out for us, so I feel good.
Utes at 50 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, your luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. Plus, new catering clients get 10% off their first order. Go eat with Hans and Scotty and JJ and Alex today beginning at noon through 6. Kenny J's at the District.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a battle on the islands as Utah State squares off against Hawaii. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in
on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
You guys missed the best part. Offense, fine, but defense, that effort, that's the best part from Ace Bailey last night.
That's John using the call-in feature. Appreciate him doing so. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. John's talking a little bit about Ace Bailey, effort on both sides of the ball. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows.
Well, it's nice defensively to be 6'8" with a 7-foot wingspan and a 37+ inch vertical, I'm sure.
Yeah, but to John's point, I think watching him pour on some effort is encouraging because we've seen 6'8" long guys not care.
And it was one of the knocks on him at Rutgers. Not on the ball. He was always pretty good on the ball, at least committed to trying. Off the ball, he kind of just would wander and not pay much of attention, and I didn't think that really burned him yesterday at all. What's interesting about Ace, and we'll see again, one game, we'll see how it continues to develop, but when you have the right guy in the right place, everything else kind of also falls into place. When you have the number one guy being a number one guy, all of a sudden the guy who used to be number one but was actually a number two gets to slide to his natural spot, and life looks a lot better. And Bryce Sensabaugh doesn't have to be the second best player or third best player when he's on the floor. He can be the fourth best player. And that's a much better fit for him, you know? So a lot of why the Jazz have looked as dysfunctional as they have, I think, in years past, and it may repeat this year. You know, I'm not trying to crown Ace Bailey yet. Maybe he can become a star. Maybe he can become a big success. We don't know yet. But if he does, and all of a sudden everyone shifts down a spot, everybody gets better. Everybody becomes much better at their job because they are not tasked with doing something that they are incapable of. That's why stars matter so much in the NBA. It's not just that, oh, well, they're better than everyone. It's that everybody else is proportioned to where they should be. They're positioned to have success where they should be. So that's what I would be keeping an eye on as well. And sometimes it's just as easy as you could see over and over last night. The Jazz were like, we don't know how to get shots off super easily, but he does. So give him the ball because he's going to get a good shot off for us. And like that's where Keontae was so bad his first 2 years in the NBA. Was Keontae was trying to take shots late in clocks or develop something for himself to carry the offense. It was like he's not going to ever do that on a meaningful team. But the things he can do, I think, are actually valuable. They just get overshadowed by some of the bad stuff he did. But some of the bad stuff he did, he probably had to do. Jordan Clarkson had to do some bad things over the last couple of years because there was nobody else who could create their own shot. Even if those were bad shots, it was better than not creating a shot at all. Having a 6'8" guy who can create a shot, specifically create pretty good shots, really changes the way teams operate.
Well, Ace just has to know that you can't take a bite out of SVHT.
Well, Svi made that obvious in the first half.
You got to let SVHT eat.
It was shocking
Get out of the
watch
way.
him play last night. 4 turnovers in the first half. He settled down, was better than the second half. But, man, you know, we talked a lot last year about how you could put Cody Williams out there, and Cody wasn't great last night either. You could put Cody out there, and the Jazz would lose games. That might be Svi.
That might be SVHT, the cooler.
For a specialist, a three-point shooting specialist specifically, that guy loves to dribble and try and make passes and attack the rim and do all the things that he's not that good at. It's pretty crazy to watch.
I don't understand NBA players that don't have any shame. And I get it that you probably grew up without having shame because you were the best player in whatever, school or whatever. But like Jay Crowder is the ultimate example, but it's VHT, Jordan Clarkson.
THT. Yeah, I mean, Hot Dog himself.
Hot Dog himself. Hot Dog! Like, how do you have no shame?
Yeah. Svi Mykhailiuk he sees himself out there a lot. He's excited to be out there.
Let's get that ball going at the rim.
Let's get that ball to me, and I'll do the rest.
And you guys just get on my shoulders. They'll take us home.
But, so I'm not anticipating
I imagine
the Jazz.
that's how you play at, like, pickup.
That's how I do everything. Yeah, that's how I do everything in my private life.
You worked with a guy that did that at the Jazz media thing. Mm-hmm. Who was Michael Scott from the basketball from The Office? Yeah. Obviously never played basketball a day in his life. And then, I don't know, I'm so off today.
Yeah.
And never passed.
But Svi channeled some of that. It was weird. I don't think the Jazz are suddenly a threat to win, 35 games. If everything was perfectly healthy and everyone played well and everyone hit their ceiling, I guess you could get there. But I think there are enough guys that could be inserted into the lineup. Kevin Love, I thought played okay last night. Physically, I don't think he's capable of doing it anymore. I just really don't think he can jump anymore. He doesn't move very well. As we talked about, Nurkic is a really good offensive player. He's an equally bad defensive player. So as much as things run well when he's on the court, they give it up on the other end. So it's basically a net zero, and then so you're going to be relying on Walker, who I think Walker's going to be a good player. He's going to be a really good starting center.
So Kevin Love is the cooler.
Well, they've got a few. Is what I'm saying.
A few coolers.
They've got a few. Svi is definitely one of them.
If they played Svi, Kevin Love, and Yusuf Nurkic all together, How many points do you think they'd give up?
Well, they gave up 140 last night without playing those guys together. So, yeah, 140? Like, you're going to see some of those nights for sure. Yeah, they have some non-defenders on the team.
Well, physically non-capable.
Yeah,
non-capable. Not just
yeah.
Doesn't have the desire.
Yeah, and look, knowing how to play makes up for a lot. And Kevin Love really knows how to play. You know, he just has been around for a long time. Nurkic really knows how to play.
Yeah, it's that kept Joe Ingles in the league forever.
Slow-mo Kyle Anderson really knows how to play. Yeah, Joe Ingles still in the NBA. Really knows how to play.
Is Joe still in the NBA? No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
With who?
He's on the Timberwolves roster.
He's still a Timberwolf?
He got year 2.
He didn't even play last year.
No, he did not. But he knows how to play, so you get to stick around when that's the case. But it doesn't necessarily mean you win games. You know, things can operate, things can function. They don't necessarily function at a really high level.
Okay,
that's what I would be paying attention to.
Let's VHT eat.
They brought Joe back in the offseason.
Yeah, they re-signed him.
1 year. Yeah, it was a 1 year vet minimum deal.
Yep. Joe can't say goodbye.
Just to take up a spot on the bench?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Joe's found himself a real racket.
A lucrative racket he has.
I was telling you guys off air yesterday, though, the season win total, ESPN set the Jazz at 18.5.
I would hammer the over on 18.5, but if it was like 25, I would really be questionable about going anything higher than that.
Well, the Magic Vegas predicting wizard is saying 18. There's no way they win fewer than 20 games. If they try, again, huge if. But people remember how hard it was for them to get to 17 wins last year.
Took luck, too.
It took
a lot of luck, and they
got fined for it.
They sat everybody last year.
Everybody.
Yep.
And they still managed to win 17 games. Mm-hmm. They had an extra 3 games out that they left out there on the board last year, at least.
At least, yeah.
At least.
Yeah, they started having Walker chuck threes every game to lose games specifically.
And do you remember when the media was buying into that too? That everybody's like, well, can Walker be a 3-point shooter? Could that happen?
He's still going to take some this year, I would imagine, but he was taking 7 a game. He's taking 5
and
in the
he
first
was
quarter.
leading the league in field goal percentage.
Yeah.
They were like, how about you don't do that and just start jacking threes?
That's good for us.
What a joke.
Hey, landed Yace Bailey. And
so if they try, there's no way they win fewer than 20. Not even close.
Yeah, totally with you.
All right, stay tuned. Hanson Scotty live from Kenny J's coming up next.
Thanks, Christian.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you!
Hey,
what's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
You worked hard for your 401k.
But if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I recently spoke with a woman who had missed an important meeting because her flight had been canceled. She was convinced that she was going to get fired, and she said she'd been fired for less. After a long conversation, I could see this woman, like many employees of both genders, was bringing the work abuses of her past jobs to her present position. Flashbacks and reactivity are clear indications of post-traumatic stress disorder, and it is perhaps not surprising that 1 in 5 American workers have some level of PTSD. They might have been bullied at work, or, like first responders, they might have work that is full of stress. Leaders can't say, "That's not my problem." Good leaders and good teams find help for people who are suffering from PTSD. Learn more about more healthy work environments with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out. The great Danny Ainge right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just talk about the Ace Bailey journey to this point and kind of your expectations of the kid individually.
I'm not going to raise expectations for a kid that's a number 5 pick. Expectations can be pretty high for most of the fans out there just because of the recognition. But he's a great kid, and he loves playing, and he brings energy that is contagious, and a laughter and a fun and a joy to the game that I really am impressed with. And we need to be patient and realize he's going to have some good moments, and I think the fun part is to see those moments where you see that hope and brightness in his future, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I was listening to music with my kids. All right. I was playing for them Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. But in the middle, the narrator actually gets a song to herself. And it's singing about how there's an opportunity for Joseph to be a big deal. In the chorus, basically, you hear this. Can Ace become a star? Can he be famous? I was listening to it, and I thought when I heard her sing Become a Star, I was like, this is the Jazz season. This song, Pharaoh's Story.
The personality is there. The opening in our state is there for it to be filled by a star. You should be able to tell relatively early.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's get it, folks. We are live here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Look, Kenny is one of the best human beings on the planet. His wife is even better. And they have come together, and they have put everything on the line for this restaurant. Like, everything on the line for this place. And I feel emotionally attached for them to make it work. And so I want you to come on down here. But don't think it's a charity case. I want you to come down here because it's the best damn barbecue in the state of Utah.
It's really good. Before we get into that, I got to know what happened.
Oh.
Was it a bad deal?
No. Well.
What'd you do? Did you try a little bit of untidy humor?
Let's see if we can pull it up here.
In mixed company?
No. So we have every Thursday we have this this meeting where we meet with like the salespeople and we go over packages that we're looking to sell, and Lloyd pitches a bunch of things, and then nobody listens, and then he pitches it the next week, and then the next week, and then no, I'm just joking.
He pitches it to a wall.
Yeah. So anyway, in this meeting, there was a guy. He's a fantastic sales guy on the TV side. His name's Alan, and he's been in the market forever. And Alan likes to dish out a lot of chatter.
Oh, okay.
And so
he's a funny guy, or he's
a
witty guy?
He's a funny guy, and he likes to throw out some shots every now and then.
Okay.
And so I figure, okay, well, if that's the way we're doing it, then we'll have some fun here. And I can't find the chat, Lloyd. I can't. But anyway, he was going into this really important meeting, and he had this big white jacket on, and then he had a black shirt underneath with the collar out. Okay, here.
Was that a members only?
No, it was a dress jacket. So this is what he looked like in the meeting this morning.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, this is the guy that got Lloyd impounded.
Oh yeah, this is the dude that got Lloyd's car.
Yes, that is Alan.
This is the guy.
The almighty Alan.
He got Lloyd booted in our company parking lot. It was really an ugly situation.
And so he's dressed like that, and everybody's talking about a bunch of stuff, and I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of zoning in and out, and I keep looking at Alan, and I'm like, he looks really familiar. And then it hits me, and so I put it in the chat function of the teams meeting.
From here?
Yeah.
Can I just make a guess?
Sure.
James Wood Casino?
No.
Oh, okay.
You know what I want to do?
Strut.
Oh, he's a flash dancer.
He looked like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
And so with a pop collar and the black shirt underneath and a little bit of chest hair pushing out. And so I put in there who wore it better between those two.
During the meeting?
During the meeting. and just to see if anybody was really paying attention, and I got nothing.
So nobody's paying
attention. And so I'm like, uh-oh. This, or either this fell or this fell flat.
No wonder Lloyd's packages never sell.
Yeah. So anyway, and then all of a sudden, Nate Dowdle, our boss, caught it, and then everybody started piling on. And then Alan was like, "I have important meetings today. I do not have time for this nonsense. Can we wrap this thing?"
And I will crush your career.
Yes, and Alan's the kind of guy that once he sinks his teeth into you, he might be done. So this might be the Hands solo show on Monday.
No, you're good, man. That's great. Hey, back to Kenny J's really quick.
Yes.
You were talking about the dream, and you were talking about how much it means to you. So we've gotten to know Kenny J and Mary really well.
Yeah.
And there's something about coming out and trying somebody else's dream.
Mm.
You know what I mean? When somebody puts everything on the line, everything that they've dreamed of in their life. These people had an obsession with Texas barbecue. They couldn't find it here in the state of Utah, done the right way. So they went to the greatest extremes, all the top-line equipment, all the top-end meats, all the top-end wood, smoking, everything that they could possibly do to bring you Texas barbecue. I want you to come out and try somebody else's dream because I think that that's what consumerism is all about.
Yes. It's the American dream right
I think
there.
that's what we're all about.
God bless
And I'm going to tell you why it means so much to me. And I get emotional about this because when my mom turned 40 years old, she was a nurse. And she got her nursing degree from Weber State, and she had nursed for 20 years. And she'd put a lot into it.
A lot of hard, that's a hard life to live.
That's a hard life to live because she's changing out bedpans in Weiser, Idaho.
Yeah.
Tough deal. And she finally said, I'm done. I'm sick of it. I'm going to live my dream. And so she started Fawn's Fudge Factory. And I can remember, I remember the very first Christmas when she rented out a little house and we had about 5 marble slabs that we put on all these countertops. And we started rolling out caramels and rolling out peanut brittles. And we started to do mixed batches of fudge and panucci and all of these great classic candies. I remember helping her when I was little, rolling the candies in stupid cellophane and then we'd sell them out.
How old were you when she shifted from nursing to
8?
8.
Yep.
So you're impressionable. You know that this is a big deal.
Huge deal. And she rolled the dice. And I knew my Uncle Merlin had given her a sizable loan to get started because he believed in her and believed in her dream. And it was like we all just rolled the dice. And it was a crazy time in the Olsen house. And I remember thinking, this is my mom's dream. And I'm all in. And my brother was all in. And my sisters were all in. And my dad more than anybody.
Yeah.
He would get done because my dad worked for the state of Idaho in child protection. So he'd get done with work dealing with abused children, removing abused children from abusive homes. And he'd come right to the fudge house and we'd start rolling fudge and he'd make batch after batch. And we'd go into the late nights because it was in demand.
Yeah.
Just in our little area, Payette, Weiser, Fruitland, before she started to branch out into Boise and further. And she started this dream at the age of 40. And then when she turned 62, she sold it. She sold the candy store. It's now Weiser Candies. And she sold it to a great man. And I watched my mom build her dream. That's what this is with Kenny J's.
Yep.
It's like watching somebody have a dream and risk it all. Kenny was in a great position.
Oh, yeah.
As a banking manager, he'd worked his way up, and he's like, I'm done. I want to do something bigger, better, greater. I want to build something for the family. So come out, hang out with Scotty and I. We got a Utah preview show, and it's just going to be a fun day.
Yeah, we're going to kick back, have a great time. Frank Dolce will be here, and Frank is a barbecue connoisseur. So we'll see if this passes the Frank test.
We got to get the finest cuts in front of Frank.
Yes.
Because Frank will throw it to the floor.
Yeah, Frank, he wants to hear the word Wagyu. A5 Wagyu.
If it doesn't look and sound like money,
yeah,
Frank doesn't want it.
No, only the best for Frank. And so he'll join us coming up at 1 o'clock right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. But hands.
Yeah, we got something special.
Do we have perhaps a brewing storyline for the Utah Jazz? Let's get to it.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The opening tip is controlled by the Utah Jazz. Here's Key. Works off a pick to the right side of the floor, flares it to the top to Bailey. Free throw line, hopper for Ace is up and in. Ace Bailey's first shot of the night is up, and it's the Jazz first shot. Keontae, guarded by Thompson, one of the best defenders in the NBA. High pick and roll to the left side. Jump pass to Nurkic. Touch pass to Bailey. Pump fakes a defender by. Rises up and dunks at Ace Bailey. Rockets by 7. Bailey with a steal. Loses the dribble, runs it down, stops at the three-point line, lets it fly, tickles the twine. Ace Bailey on the right wing puts 3 more on the board, and Bailey's got 17 to lead the Jazz. Reach and steal from Bailey. Ace goes coast to coast, puts it on his right hip, rises up with the right hand, and dunks it.
Whew. Folks,
Some action.
I know it's preseason. I know. I don't want to be the overreactionary guy, but what you saw from Ace Bailey last night, that skill set, oh boy, Hans.
A lot of thoughts here, and I want to start with this because over the years of both playing in professional sports and covering professional sports, there's one thing that is really clear. Anytime a grizzled vet that's been around a long time starts to mouth off to a rookie or starts to show any affection towards or any attention to a rookie, then you know the rookie's either under their skin or is recognizable. And to listen to Kevin Durant as he stepped into the free throw line, tell Ace Bailey to shut his mouth and sit down because you just got here. I don't want to hear from you. But see the smile? Like, that's Kevin Durant saying, hey, welcome to the league. You belong. Because I think at that point, Ace had hit a couple mid-range jumpers. Mm-hmm. And I think might have had that inside spin move at the rim. So Kevin Durant had seen it. He obviously knows who Ace is because he's like, shut your mouth. You're a rookie. Used a couple of expletives, but kind of went at him a little bit. And I'm just telling you, Scotty, it is the tail sign. Think back to Donovan Mitchell. All the different veterans, Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook.
Yep.
Steph Curry.
Steph a little bit. Yeah, there was a bunch that he ticked off along the way.
Those are the 3 that I remember the most.
Yep.
And the one that I remember the most is Westbrook rubbing his head and saying, looking good, Rook, or something like that.
I think he got sideways with Harden, too, a little bit.
James Harden, I think, was in there, too.
Yeah.
So Donovan Mitchell in his rookie season ruffled the feathers, but had also worked out with those guys. So I know the backstory. You know, he'd worked through a lot of different camps, and those guys had seen him, so they knew what Donovan Mitchell was. That's kind of how I felt like it was last night with Houston for Ace Bailey. Jaw-jacking back and forth with a very notable, recognizable NBA legend, Hall of Famer. And it was kind of fun to see it.
Oh, it was great. The fact is, you want to see from these players levels of, he's the best player on the court. And there were moments last night when you saw Ace Bailey and you're like, he's the best player on the court. Now, Kevin Durant did his thing, and, of course, he's going to. But there were flashes when you saw Ace Bailey and you saw the future of the Utah Jazz coming towards you. There was a moment with Donovan Mitchell, and it took a while for the first part of his season for us to realize, okay, the future's here. And with Ace Bailey, I don't want to be the day after, push it way too far guy, but my goodness, the future might be here for the Utah Jazz as he just absolutely dominated in stretches of the game. His ability to finish at the rim, the mid-range jumper, the pullback 3, finishing with 2 legs in the lane. There were so many things that he did well last night that you can't help but not be overly excited about.
Well, this is a point. This is just to drive home that point. Because last night I'm watching Keontae George dish and assist. I don't know if he got to double digits, but I know at one point he was 7, 8. I don't know if he got to double digits, but he was dishing. And I was thinking, okay, well, we'll be talking a lot of Keontae George. I was also watching Taylor Hendricks. Hendricks came out and dropped down a 3.
Yep.
And I was like, what? Then he came back down the court and dropped another 3. It was like back-to-back threes. And you're like, whoa, wait a second. Taylor Hendricks is showing things. And then Bryce Sensabaugh goes out there, and it's like he's lobbing up things into an ocean. Everything's falling for Sensabaugh. I'm like, well, we got to talk about Sensabaugh. Ace Bailey took the cake as far as performance, eyeball test, energy, excitement, interest. Ace Bailey was the storyline, even though Sensabaugh went 60%, 6 of 10. Keontae George looked much better, dishing out crazy assists and getting his too. I thought he looked very good. And Hendricks, who we talked about yesterday as a point of interest, looked fantastic. I'm thinking, well, we're going to be talking about them. No, it's Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
Ace Bailey's the story. So, Scotty and I are realistic, and we've seen a lot of preseason performances that have panned out into nothing. But this one felt different.
It felt absolutely different.
And I'll give you my best explanation of why it felt different. When you see a 6'9", lean frame move into the lane with a spin, not lose the ball, not bumble it, but have full ball control, and then as he leaves his feet, the wherewithal to touch to the rim, that's a real good indicator that you've got a special athletic talent. All right, so if we're just going to pass basketball, it's like, okay, that's a special athletic talent to feel the pressure to the baseline and understand I got pressure to the baseline, I'm going to spin inside, get to the lane, and get to the rim. That's a special athletic talent. He had a breakaway that showed length and stride that's like 6'9", length and stride, moving like that with that kind of energy and focus. Okay, so this hit me at about the third quarter. I'm watching a guy that is more self-aware than we originally thought. I think he's very self-aware. I think he's aware of all the noise, all the chatter of, is this a good kid? Is he going to be worth it? He fell down the draft. I think he's very aware of all that. And I think right out of the gates, we'll probably continue to see this. And he'll have an off night. He'll have a couple of off nights.
Absolutely.
But I think right out of the gates, he wants to prove a point, like you all missed. And then I had this thought in the fourth quarter. There's going to come a time, I think, based off of what I see with his length, size, athletic ability, everything that encompasses Ace Bailey, there's going to come a time when us and Jazz fans are grateful for and thanking his original representation that forced the drop to 5.
Yeah.
Because, Scotty, he would not have been there at 5
no.
if it wasn't for this guy.
Nope, not at all. No, I think.
Am I off on that?
No, I don't think you're off on that at all. He doesn't go 1 because Cooper Flagg had already taken complete control of that, but he definitely doesn't fall past 3.
I don't think he falls past 3. If he had representation that put him at every workout, if he had representation that allowed Ace's personality to shine, the personality that you and I witnessed firsthand when we went to his opening presser and, saw the big smile and the great handshakes and the warm embrace to the state of Utah. And it's like, no, this isn't the guy that was refusing workouts. And then watching him last night with the energy and hustle, I'm like, this isn't the guy that was pitched to the NBA draft. Otherwise, there's no way. Second or third, easily second or third.
Easily. And the fact is, folks, you're watching this at the ground level. And you're right, Hans, there's going to be ups and downs. He's a rookie. Okay, there's going to be moments where you're going to be like, what is this guy doing? But if last night is any indication, you're going to see a whole lot more good than you are bad. And this could be a guy that we look at 4 or 5 years from now as being a top 5 player in the league. He's got that skill set, and he's got the frame to go along with it. And I thought it was really interesting hearing Will Hardy after the game talk about him and Kevin Durant and saying he's going back and watching Kevin Durant as a rookie and watching his game as a rookie and how he developed in his ways of learning and trying to figure out how to coach Ace Bailey and working on his skill set, because there are a lot of similarities between their game. He's not as tall as Kevin Durant, but he can get a shot off in a phone booth. He can do so many things athletically. He can stretch you outside. He can take you to the rim. There's so many elements to his game.
He's not far off from Kevin Durant.
No.
When you watched him shoulder to shoulder with Durant, it's like, it's not far off. Durant is a little bit longer, but not by a ton.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for Ace Bailey, and I think that this is going to be the draw. The last thing I wanted to mention too. Anytime you're watching Jazz preseason openers with rookies, I always keep my Twitter open and I follow all my favorite NBA guys. I've got 4 or 5 NBA guys and when they start tweeting about Ace Bailey, oh, that was this or this looked that, I'm always like, okay, ears open. I got to be following this guy. I got to watch this guy. So everybody needs to be on alert. Ace Bailey might be the guy.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are in the district in South Jordan, and there's only really one reason you should be coming down to the district. It's to be with this guy, Kenny J. Kenny J's Barbecue, the best barbecue around. How are you doing, man? It's been too long since we've been here.
I know, but it's your fault because you guys are booked all the time. It's not my fault.
That's Scotty's fault.
Yeah.
This is not my fault.
It's everybody wants a piece of
because if I could be booked here every day, I would be booked
I would do
here.
that, yeah.
You just said something about getting a shot off in a phone booth.
Yeah.
We don't have phone booths
Yeah,
anymore.
people don't. I know
What
the kids
crap?
are like, what's a phone booth?
What's a phone booth?
I know.
All right.
We're gonna have to. You get a shot off on a PT Cruiser. Well,
There you go.
Those are still
Yeah.
around, aren't they?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe not as much.
Yeah.
Kenny J, we love this place.
Thank
We
you.
love your barbecue. We're excited for our listeners to come out and try it that haven't tried it. We've gotten great feedback.
Yeah.
Our listeners have loved it, and
Yep.
we've heard from many, many listeners that have come in and tried it. But there are some things that really do separate you from all the other places. Talk about some of the details that separate you.
Well, I've just been talking to some people today, too. There's some changes that I've made even since the last time you guys were here. Just continually striving to be the best. Initially, when we were doing our briskets, I would do a long cook on our offset smoker. And then we'd finish them in our M&M, the big rotisserie one, just a lot more even heat, stuff like that. And a few weeks ago, I'm like, I'm just going to ride these out all on the 1,000-gallon pit. And it's night and day.
Really?
I'm telling you, yeah, we'll bring you guys some out in a few, but
So you feel
it's night and day.
In flavor or more in texture?
Flavor, texture, everything. And the reason why I did it is because I had like a couple reviews that were like, that's not Texas, and I'm like, oh, geez, what? Anyway, so it's legit. We're doing it 100% on the 1,000-gallon, and where I thought maybe it didn't make a difference, I was way surprised.
Interesting.
So
and that's what I love. Like, you're always adapting. You're always looking for ways to improve. And the fact is, if you know Texas barbecue, there's 2 words that resonate. It's post oak. And that's the wood that everybody in Texas uses when they have barbecue. And so you're in Utah. There's not a lot of post oak here in Utah. So what you do, you have post oak from Texas delivered all the way here because you want that authentic taste.
yeah, and actually yesterday I was talking to Javier, my contact down. His dad started Chief Firewood. It's like 20 of the top 50 Texas barbecue joints they supply the wood for. Anyway, I was on the phone with him. I'm like, hey, I'm going through a lot quicker this wood than I thought. The last batch that I brought in, the last truckload. So I'm actually flying down there on November 3rd, and I'm going to his yard, and then I'm going to actually pick out exactly like different stages of seasoned wood. Some with a little bit more moisture in it than others, and we're going to specifically pick three different moisture levels.
I love this.
To give us kind of even that better.
Yeah, because the more moisture, you get a little bit more heavy smoke, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Bottom line, come in and try it. We're here for the Utah Preview Show. We'll be here till 3 o'clock. Come in and try your favorite meats. See why we love Kenny J. See why his dream has become a reality. And just enjoy it. And come out and meet Frank and say hi to us and come have a fun day.
Let's do it. Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. BYU is back on the road as they head south to Tucson for a key Big 12 battle against the Arizona Wildcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
The changing temps and colorful leaves means fall's in the air. Take a mental break, becoming one with your thoughts and nature, starting in Cedar City. Lighten your heart and clear your mind with a short drive to enjoy not one, but 4 scenic highways, connecting you to nothing but an open canvas of color. Vibrant shades of red rocks, amber leaves, clear blue skies, and endless shades of emerald green and cedar breaks in Dixie National Forest. Cedar City is nature's backdrop, where the forest actually does meet the trees. The journey isn't about getting there, it's about being there. Being on a hike, mountain biking, or OHVing, with eyes and jaws wide open to scenic views. Cedar City also harvests the best events, charming organic farmers markets, promising the best pumpkin patches and hay mazes in the West. Plus the Sheep Parade down Main, October 25th. For the fall color reports, activities, eateries, and more, log on to visitcedarcity.com. That's visitcedarcity.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on the Zone. Aaron Roderick and that BYU offense getting it set for a showdown against what he thinks might be the best defense they've faced all year.
They have a unique scheme. Coach Gonzalez is a Rocky Long disciple. They do a really good job. He's an excellent coach. They run a good system, and they have good players. They'll be the best defense we've played so far this year. They're top 4 in our conference and everything. I think they're number 2 in the nation in pass defense and number 1 in our league. They're very committed to stopping the run. I'm very impressed with them and have a lot of respect for them.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by where we're at right now, Kenny J's Barbecue. Now remember, you come on down here. We'll be here till 3 o'clock. Get the best barbecue. But also remember, they've got a catering menu available as well. They'll bring the barbecue to you. To check out that menu, go to kennyjbbq.com.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head to Tucson for a battle against the Arizona Wildcats. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as we get you ready for what should be a fun weekend of college football. BYU taking on Arizona, and Utah welcoming in Arizona State. And joining us now, one of our favorite beat writers in the, almost said Pac-12, in the Big 12, is Michelle Gardner from the Arizona Republic, who covers Arizona State. Michelle, how you doing?
Hi, Michelle.
Pretty good. I'm doing pretty good today.
Good.
Are you used to the Big 12 thing yet?
No. No. I've almost said Pac-12 probably once a week for the last, since it happened. So, no, I still can't get used to it.
What's Kenny Dillingham like to cover? Because he seems okay, when I say this, I mean this in the nicest way possible, but there are moments where he looks a little unhinged. Is that just is that managed chaos, or is there some times where you just never know what you're going to get from him?
You know what? He's a lot of fun, actually. He's a breath of fresh air. Don't we all get a little tired of the kind of the scripted talk from coaches and the
no doubt
coach? I mean, he is a breath of fresh air. One day, and I don't know if I told this to you guys or it was another appearance I was doing, but in the fall camp, we looked and, we're allowed to, this is the best thing. We get to watch every minute of practice.
It's unreal. It is completely unreal.
We've watched every minute of spring practice, every minute of fall camp. Sometimes we wish we couldn't when it was 118 out and we're dying in July. Okay. But midway through fall camp, we're watching practice and there's a basketball hoop laying down kind of off to the side of the field. And we're like, okay, that's kind of strange. It's a basketball hoop. What the heck is that doing here? So they're running through practice. About 25 minutes into practice, they drag the basketball hoop out right on the middle of the football field, and they're playing knockout in full gear, like full football pads and whatnot, So, and the position group that won got to pick the playlist music for the next week in practice or whatever. So this went on for about 20 minutes, and then they they dragged the basketball hoop off, and then they go back to practice. Like, where do you see that?
Nowhere. Nowhere.
Scotty and I haven't seen it in this state in over 10 years, so.
It's, and that's kind of typical. Penny's whole mantra is, these are kids, 18 to 22-year-old kids. Football is fun. We should be having fun. We should be creating memories for these kids for the rest of their lives. So, that was the first time we'd seen the basketball hoop, but he's done various things like that since he got here. And like I said, you never know what you're going to see one day to the next, and it sure is he is a lot of fun.
That's awesome to hear.
Similar line of question just about Sam Levitt. We have all watched him from the exterior, and he definitely has swagger. What's his personality like off the football field that you've come across?
Very competitive, very ultra competitive. And I talked to the backup coach, the backup quarterback about this, and Jeff Simpson, he says whether we're playing basketball or we're playing ping pong or video, like he is ultra competitive and ultra driven. I don't, we talked about this, in last year during the Peach Bowl, because some people said Scadaboo was too cocky and Sam was too cocky. And I don't think it's a cockiness at all. I think it's a confidence more than anything else. And again, when you're one of these players that's always been an underdog your whole life and you've been undervalued and underappreciated, you've got to believe in yourself, because if nobody else believes in you, what are you going to do? You've got to believe in yourself. You've got to have a confidence in yourself. So I don't think it's a cockiness at all. I think it's a confidence.
What has it been like for this team making that transition into the hunter to the hunted? Because, they sneaked up on everybody last year and had a tremendous season, and now they've got a bullseye on their back. Has that been a difficult transition for them?
I don't think so, just because Kenny he's ultra competitive too. And a lot of these players are kind of the same way. And I think, if anything, when you lose as close as they did at Texas, I mean, they should have won that game. There are a targeting call that should have been called.